why our connection so poor? Yes, we are live on our YouTube channel. We are also live on our Facebook channel, and we are live on X as well. So it's Chops Media on YouTube, Chopping Block on Facebook, and it's Chops Media on Instagram and Chops Media on X or X platform. I trust, but these folks always try to call me while I'm live. Lorna Campbell, good to see you. Good night to you and good night to everybody. Let me apologize to the folks over on our YouTube channel for the late start. We were scheduled to start at 8 o'clock. We had a schedule. Don't know what went wrong. It just didn't pop up at 7 o'clock, but at 8 o'clock. But hey, it is what it is. We got to rock and roll. We got to keep the ball moving. As advertised, we're going to be joined by Dr. Clovis Nelson. We're also going to be joined by two of his colleagues over there in New York. And those are the persons who were at the quote-unquote, in parentheses, protest. Good night, Iona. Good to see you. You can die. DIY. Good to see you as well. Yeah, so share the program, tell a friend, tweet a friend, tell everybody we're on, we're live. And we are, hey, Bridget, good to see you as well. No, Bridget, hats off to you. I think Bridget and her team did exceptionally well. Let me just make sure that we're coming through okay on this settings here, because the connection seem a little bit warped there. So let me just fix that as well. Yeah, boom, there you have it. Okay, then. Yeah, so yeah, let me big up to Bridget. Let me bring up everybody. Give Bridget and the team a round of applause. A round of applause. They were among the folks over there in New York, making sure that the positive arguments were front and center in the discussion over there. So big up to Bridget and big ups to the other members. Big up to Dr. Clovis Nelson. Big up to Sir George Lawson, who is going to be joining us as well. And we also have Dave Foster, who is slated to join us this evening. It's going to be, we are live and we are ready to go. So we are going to be joined by Dr. Clovis Nelson. We're going to be joined by George Lawson, and we're going to be joined by Dave Foster. These folks are in the tri-state region. They understand what happens at the last protest, and they understand the dynamics of not just Jamaica, but how Jamaica is represented on the international scale. So we're going to get their perspective on what transpired when that protest took place. We're going to talk about how that can positively or negatively impact Jamaica. What are some of the reasons behind the protest? So we're hoping to be joined by these gentlemen. And the ladies who were also present at the protest, showing up and show out, they did well. They let their voices be heard. And I must say to you that, yes, their voices were absolutely heard throughout the, let me just, Jay, you are in. There goes Jay. All right, so let me see if I can also get in Mr. Finley, I think it is. All right, so I'm going to Jay. Just give me a second. Let me try and get.
Thank everybody.
Good, Jay. Thank you for joining us. Let me see if I can get you on the moderator list over there. So, folks, we're live, and let me just put it out again. We are live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Instagram, we're live on TikTok, all social media, and we are also live on on TikTok. So our TikTok folks are going to be merged in so we can have a discussion and take questions, and they can actively participate in the program. Nasca, I see you. Good. Nasca is over on YouTube. Good to see you, Nasca. I'm going to put a link in the chat here. So if folks wants to participate in the discussion, you can feel free to do so. There's a link here. I hope you guys can hear me loud and clear. You guys on TikTok, you can hear me loud and clear, correct? My TikTok folks, you can hear me loud and clear.
Everything is clear, Chops.
Perfect.
Clear.
Awesome.
Perfectly clear.
Awesome. How about the folks over on YouTube, Facebook, on X? I trust that you guys are hearing us very well. Shut, big up yourself. Good to see you. Shut is in the Jamaican community in Cayman Island is Big JLP. We heard. Okay, good. That's good. That's good to know. The folks over in Cayman. Let's say big up to our friends in Cayman. Big up to our friends. And as you join, guys, as you share the program and tell a friend that we're on, please tell us where you're watching us from so we can have a good idea as to who we are reaching. Mario, I see you're in the building. Delroy Walker, big up yourself. Good to see you. Welcome to everybody. Share the program. Tell a friend, tweet a friend, as we've always said. Tell a friend we're on. We're live. The block is on with yours truly. Jay, I'm going to see if we can get you on the moderator list so we can get cracking.
And guys, tonight we'll be allowing you guys to participate in the discussion on YouTube. So what I'll ask Chopper to do is to break some time so that you guys can comment and ask your questions and participate in the discussion.
Absolutely.
That's how we do it tonight. I will allow you. You can just shout out at me or any questions in the comment section. I will pass it on and we'll get a feedback.
Perfect.
So we're going to try our best to merge everything in, have like a simultaneous flow of the conversation tonight, right? On all platforms, but I'll be monitoring tonight TikTok.
J876, that's not you, no?
No.
Oh, yeah. All right. All right, Nasca, there's a link in the chat, Nasca. If you just click on that, you should be good to go. Bridget, you have that link in your, you can share the link in your WhatsApp with Nasca and she'll be good to go. Oh, there you go. I see you, Nasca. You're in. All right, beautiful. So Nasca is backstage. We're gonna bring her on in a second. But let me see if I can get Jay. Jay, what's the link for your
my TikTok?
Yes.
It's J Shika. J Shika.
Right, let me just find that real quick, guys. Just bear with us for a second. We're trying to get our ducks in a row. All right, so let's hang tight. We're trying to get it right and make sure we're good to go. J A Y.
Yeah, there's a dash and Shika.
All right, so let's try and find. Oh, there you go. We have it. Good. So you're added now, and you have you can manage guests as well. Okay.
All right, no problem.
All right. Start comment. Boom. All right. So there you go. All right. So you are in, and you are in full control over there. All right. So go ahead and share the program, folks. Tell us where you're coming from. We see folks are coming in from. I see Joan is here. Good. Shakespeare is here. Luke is here. We're still waiting for Dr. Clovis Nelson to join us. Bridget, can you touch base with them for me? We're still waiting on our good friend George Lawson to join us. We have a feedback there. Mute your mic if you're coming in. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Mute your mic. Yep, there you go. Good. Yeah, Nazca, can you landscape your phone like boom, straight the other way, rotate it on landscape and see if it will fill your screen properly. Just automatic rotate and you should, there you go. Perfect. Look at that. Awesome. All right. So greetings again, everybody. We have Nazca. Nazca is one of the folks who held the fort over there in New York, and it's the first time that I have actual proof that less is actually more. Greetings, Nazca. How are you doing?
Thank you. Yeah, man, I'm doing good. Chopper is going good. I tell you.
All right.
It's still
so
we're
you
still
were
on a euphoric high from that.
Go ahead. Okay, you were in New York for a couple of days ago when they had that protest demanding. To be honest with you, I don't know what, but there was a protest, and you guys chose to go out there and to launch a counter. Tell us a little bit about it now. Bring us up to speed.
Well, the thing is, we don't know who these. Well, we know who these people are. Yes, I'm hearing you clearly. I'm hearing you very clearly. But it was important that we go out there and let our voices be heard, because our country is at a very crucial point. I mean, our government has worked very hard to bring us to this point. And then we have these people who are just determined on breaking down whatever it is that we have built and tearing down the country on an international scale. And it just wasn't right. And we thought that it was very important that we went out there and stood up for our country and what we believed in. And the fact that our country is going full steam ahead with under this government, you know. So we had to. There was no doubt about it. I had to be there. Wherever I was, I had to be there to stand up for Brand Jamaica. And that was what we did.
Did you get any pushback from anybody in terms of like security forces? How did you guys mobilize yourselves so quickly? Because I didn't hear anything about a counter protest there, but it managed to dominate local media.
The funny thing is, I didn't know they were coming into New York, and Bridget sent me a link, and Bridget said to me, these guys are coming into New York. And I knew they were in Miami a few months ago, and said, if we can go out there and, protest against them, we should do so. And I said, absolutely. So since day one, we were on board. We decided we were going out there. If it was only the two of us, we were going to go out there. And Dr. Nelson was organizing it on this end and his hand. And there were some more people that were supposed to be there, but, they didn't show up. But the few of us that did, we didn't need anybody else, And the security forces were very accommodative.
Absolutely not.
Accommodative. Yeah, man, the security was very accommodative. At one point,
I can tell you that it was small in numbers. Go ahead.
No, man, I am quite surprised. I am quite surprised at how this thing has taken off. Quite frankly, I can't go on any social media platform and not hear it. And I'm very, very proud of the work, we did out there. Very proud of the work we did.
And I have to say to you, hats off to you guys. You did well. Sometimes they say the journey of 1,000 miles begins with the first step. And you made a very powerful statement when you spoke to your counterpart and said, if it was only the two of you, you'd be going. And I can tell you, I don't think we needed anybody else. You guys were very effective. Mainstream media picked that up, and that was what carried. I think Jamaicans on a whole is now getting the gist that this whole organization that is out there protesting is really not doing so in good faith, if you ask me. And as such, I think you guys rocked it on. Let me just bring Dr. Nelson here, Dr. Nelson, in real quick and see if we can get a feed from it. Doc, what are you doing?
What's up, Chopper? I see a pretty face looking at me from next
Doc,
door.
are you able to hear me?
Hey, Doc.
How are you, girlfriend?
I am well. How are you?
I am still tired.
Oh man, you can't tired. That's
Yes,
supposed to
man.
put sail
Good,
on
good.
the wind under your wings, you know.
Listen to me now, man. I'm just glad that we were there. Chopper, let me make something clear to the masses. I did not organize a
Yes.
counter protest. I want everybody to understand that.
Right.
I did not organize a counter protest. What I did was to invite patriotic minded Jamaicans to join me out there if you so choose, or you can, or
Mm-hmm.
you so able to.
Jamaicans. Yes.
Yes, I never go spend no
Right.
big money buying a party,
Right.
right? She's laughing because she know where I'm
And
going
raise
with
any
that.
funds.
And raise any funds and selling T-shirts. I never have none of that plans. I
And
went
selling
with God
flags.
behind my
Yes.
wings. I went with God behind my wings, civic responsibility, and trust that well-thinking Jamaicans,
Yes.
which however numbers they come in, would come and stand with me out there.
Mm-hmm.
And we were about 11 strong. So well,
Right.
somebody said that this is
Right.
a David
And
and Goliath
the numbers
story.
was not a whole lot.
No, I hear the
Yes.
media talking and people talking. Even Dr. Francis mentioned on that interview that they have over 300 people there. They had over 300 people. And that is really exaggeration. I heard that the NYPD, the guys in blue, estimated that it was about 200. That too is an exaggeration. We were right there. We saw the crowd. At most, what they had there, maximum by my estimation, and I'm not a dummy, is about 140, maybe 150
Mm-hmm.
persons. You know, and I'm being very, very
Yeah. But they're
um.
going to.
But look, the main thing was that we few who went there, and I want to thank all of the lovely ladies who stood up with me there, and those strong gentlemen who stood up with me. We had about 3 guys there, and some wonderful strong women. There was a lady there, man. We have to be trying to tame her down every minute, because she was about to put on her green clothes and go dancing in the streets and put up her bell.
Who was that? Was that Bridget?
Huh?
That was Bridgie Boo. We have to
But
Listen to
calm
me
down,
now.
Bridgie.
the objective that was Bridget. Nelson, did you think that you guys would have achieved, or you would have achieved what you intended to achieve going out there?
I had no doubt, because let me tell you something. I have been an educator for a long time, right? And I know that when your students don't have, prudent information, then they will draw conclusions and they will follow the hype. A friend of mine who I know for a lot of years, I call him in New Jersey. I say, boss, we're going to New York, come and stand up with us out there. He said he's already with the other team. I said, how you mean you with the other team? I said to him, boss, have you been reading anything about what the other team is doing? Have you been following the facts? He said, no, him never read anything and him never follow nothing, but somebody reach out to him and, it sounded good, and so he's going with it. And that was his reason for going. No, he's just
So,
one of several people who are following these guys. And if you should ask them to give you a good reason, they talk about corruption. I say, explain to me, what is the corruption that you're talking about? They don't have an argument. They can't give you a cohesive discussion on
I
their
want
reason.
to, right, right. And even when they were interviewed locally on the evening after the protest, Dr. Nelson, and you were a part of that discussion. I want to play that clip from Nationwide, where the interview. So we're going to walk through the interview a little bit. We're going to play excerpts of it, come back and discuss it, and then play another part of it, because it's important. And folks on TikTok, I know you guys are here. I want you guys to jump in and whenever you have a question, if you want to jump in and participate. But I want to play this interview. I want to play this interview from Nationwide because it really exposed the belly of the beast. And you did an excellent job there, Doc, in highlighting, what was really beneath the surface as it relates to where these guys were going. So I'm gonna play that for you, and then we're gonna on the back end of it. Stick and stay.
says the protest organized by Francis was lukewarm. Another Jamaican who identified herself also described it as being lackluster.
The anti-Jamaica protests saw a lackluster turnout attributed not only to increment with the Jamaican diaspora in New York towards such anti-Jamaica demonstration.
That's Chantel, a member of the Jamaican diaspora living in the United States. Meanwhile, the group of protesters, some of whom adorned themselves in the Jamaican flag with the words corruption written on it, were accused by the group of Jamaicans against the protest of betraying the island.
Traitors! 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 Traitors!
Well, there you have it, listeners. Well, joining us to discuss further are member of the Jamaican Diaspora Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Captain Rupert Francis. Good evening.
Good evening.
Let's start with you, Captain Francis. They said the protest that you held was lackluster. What do you respond in regards to that?
I don't know whoever said that doesn't know the meaning of lackluster. Through cold water, it when they only had 9% on their side. However, self-praise is no recommendation, but it was a tremendous success. And we want to thank the over 350 persons who came there. And they turned out from all parts of Jamaica. Sorry, the U.S. want to thank the many persons who tried to get in and entered the cordon area by the police, and they returned back. Because the reporter that was there, a final point I can make on this right now, from the Jamaican Observer, they were told by the police that at that time when they and it grew ever since that. So I can't understand how these persons who are on the other side of the and so who knows me can call me a thug like Rose Nelson. Must know what a thug's life is like. That's all I have to say for now.
What was your objective in organizing this protest?
The objective is the same as we have all to bring awareness to the situation in Jamaica. The conditions that are
to bring awareness to the situation in Jamaica for who? Who are you bringing awareness for?
The Jamaican people.
The Jamaican people who live in Jamaica?
And the world. We would like to
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. Who did you say the Jamaican people were? You said
and the world.
Okay.
And the diaspora, especially.
So what is the nature of your grouse, essentially, in terms of how the government is handling situations here in Jamaica?
Well, the nature of grouse simple. To the ambassador outlining the matters that we wanted to be addressed. And the number one thing was the murder rate. The next thing was
murder rate. Jamaica's had a murder problem for better part of maybe 40 years. Have you organized previous demonstrations on the previous administrations?
There was, listen to me, I went down, we had it, and we met directly with the Minister of National Security at the time. We
Defined at the time.
I'm sorry.
What time?
Yeah, right. The question was, have you organized demonstrations on the previous administrations?
There was no need to organize demonstrations because they were willing to listen and work with us in regards to what we were proposing.
So you
there was no need.
So you believe there's a in terms of how their response to crime, or in terms of engaging the diaspora in their response to crime?
Yes, and you know what is that the Minister of National Security, and I think
I'm sorry. I just want to be clear on the facts, because the facts are that this government has increased the national security budget of the country more than any other. That's a fact. Do you deny that?
What are we talking about? Budget, or are we talking about people dying, my friend?
No. But what is government's response in that? Government's response has to be a policy response.
Government's response
Is it back now?
leadership of the nation.
And in leadership, you allocate, and I can't think of a more indicative measure of leadership than where the government chooses to spend money. And crime and national security has had a significant spend.
I want to ask you a question. You're asking me questions. I'm asking what?
Well, I fear I'm the one who asked the questions in the interview. So I must ask you to respond to that. Do you deny that the government has spent more than any other national security?
They may have spent more than any other, but they have had the worst subject ever in the history of crime in Jamaica. And I know.
So
because I know I've been following it.
So what exactly?
I've been part of it myself in terms of the government.
So what exactly is it that you would like them to do differently?
I would like them to try, first of all, they start to listen and they start to accept people who have knowledge of the situation and would like to assist them.
So you have more knowledge than the person who lives in Jamaica?
Because it is obvious that it is not being done properly.
So you believe specifically they're not listening to the diaspora, as in your members, in terms of how to handle a crime problem that, let's be honest, you're quite removed from at the moment?
Let me explain. The name of the
No, I'm sorry. I didn't get to hear an answer to that question, which I think is a very important question.
Yes, I'm gonna answer it.
Okay.
Our name is Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, my brother. I have studied crime. I was in the Jamaica Defense.
As have many people who live in Jamaica. So Siobhan's question is, you are not directly affected by crime. Certainly the government has its advisors, the Chief of Defense Staff, the Commissioner here in Jamaica, the National Security Advisor who was appointed. They have advisors here. So, and you seem to be saying that because you're not being listened to in the diaspora, you're upset?
No, I'm not. I never mentioned the word upset.
Well, you staged a demonstration.
Because people are being killed. I'm upset because people are being killed, and it's not necessary. You know, if somebody goes out and says something about the Prime Minister, my brother, says something about the Prime Minister, they catch him in no time. Why is it that we can't get this to these people who are causing the problems in Jamaica?
Isn't that an oversimplification of the country's national security challenges, though?
What do you mean oversimplification? Are you saying I'm simple?
No. I'm asking you if your characterization of the challenge that we faced over 40 years isn't overly simplistic just now.
It is not overly simple, my friend. It is absolutely not overly simple, because I'm telling you that I take this thing deeply, because we've spent a lot of money on our part as an organization to come down to Jamaica to identify the issues, identify the problems. Right?
We need to bring.
I'm telling you, we started out.
All right, so all right, so we're gonna hold before we bring Dr. Nelson in, because this week it is getting a little bit sticky for the gentleman. I've never seen an interview of this stage.
By the way, George should be backstage, you know. Check for George.
Yes, I'm looking for.
I just had to leave. I just had to exit and send the link to him. So he should be
Yes,
back.
I send it to him again. Just ask him to click it one more time because I'm not seeing him there right now.
Listen, he
go
was
ahead.
digging himself deeper and deeper in that hole.
I've never seen anything like this before. And let me keep this mic, let me keep this audio up because it's a little bit louder than what we had before. And I think that's perfect. Both sides can hear it, and everybody's hearing it clearly, correct?
Yeah.
Yes, man. I'm hearing you clearly.
man,
I'm
very
just trying
clear.
to get a better lighting.
Yes, and our audience, everybody on TikTok, on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, everybody's hearing us clearly. No,
Wonderful.
if you have ever heard of an interview or seen an interview where someone is just caught with not just their pants but everything down, that was
Flat-footed.
Flat on the chest, everywhere. That was it just now.
The man was floundering and digging himself deeper into the hole.
Yes,
it's
but
clear.
what do you say? What do you say based on what you've heard so far? And I know you listened to the interview before, but just to recap on that. What
you know, as I said just now, you know, it is embarrassing. You know,
yeah.
When I was there listening to it, when I was a part of the meeting, because to be honest with you, the young lady who called me from Nationwide did not inform me that it was going to be a meeting that included Dr. Francis.
Yes.
She told me that they wanted to interview me on the diaspora situation. And I said, fine, not a problem. And she gave me the time, you know, and all of that. But she did not inform me. And I want this to be known. I was not informed that I was going to be in a group discussion, including with Dr. Francis as a part of that discussion. And the next thing I want to make clear is I was laughing. But I need to remember that this is the modern world where technology is of such way. I was laughing, not remembering that I was on open mic. They were talking with him and he was trying to answer the questions. And I was listening in and I was laughing because I found them to be so humorous. And I was embarrassed for him. Because look, let me share a scenario with you and the audience.
Yes.
Jamaica is a sovereign nation. The United States is a sovereign nation. There are international clauses and laws that governs the democratic process, which we enjoy as a nation, people of Jamaican government. And as a part of this hemisphere, we are privy to, or we have access to these international laws and clauses. I'm getting very technical here now, but it's very simplistic, although technical. If there, for any reason, there are groups within the country who think that, or groups that feel that the government of Jamaica is shafting them, or the government is not doing its job, the government is not living up to its mandate, as laid out in the Constitution, then such a group that want to challenge or want to bring this to the attention of the world, which is where you need to take it to if you're going to be serious about it. Because the people in your country and the people from your country cannot really do anything about it. What can do something about it, or who can, is the international forum that you would want to take it to, as laid out in the Constitution of international laws. What I'm trying to say, Chopper, is they could easily request for humanitarian intervention from the international arena, which is within the confines of the law. They could also ask for international mediation.
But can I ask you this though? Stick up in right there. Does the matter that they have a contention with now rise to that level of international intervention?
Any matter at all that you
even
feel,
if it's baseless?
it is baseless. But the point I'm making is, for it to have made sense any at all, right? The process that you would want to use would be these processes. But let me tell you why they could not use any of these channels. Because it is exactly that. It is baseless. So you have no grounds.
And for those channels to be utilized, there
you
must
have to have a real argument, something substantial, and they don't.
But Doc, let's look at the letter that was written in, and Nazca, you're aware of that letter that was written in December. It was written on December 27th to the Jamaican consulate in New York. I think this one in Florida, where they outlined, I think, either 9 or 8 points that they wanted to discuss.
Frivolous points.
They were extremely frivolous because they say they have a problem with service delivery, that the government has not delivered service to the people. I've said from manners, I've spoken to Dr. Rupert Francis extensively. He and I had a conversation one day for almost more than probably 2 hours. And I said to the gentleman, I said, a man who is the holder of a PhD simply means that you would have done extensive research and you would have published a document somewhere.
I'd love to see that. Sorry to cut you, Chopper, but I would love to see that publication.
Yeah, I want to look at it too, because that's going to make for interesting reading.
You should ask him. You should ask him.
I hope I'll be given an opportunity to ask him, because so I'm saying if you're the holder of a PhD and you would have done extensive research, wouldn't it be obvious to you that almost every single item in the letter you wrote really has no basis, and everything that you're asking for or asking of the government is stuff that is actually being done?
Which is exactly why, Chopper, why I said earlier, let me go back to my points I made earlier. When groups within a constitutional government or a constitutional entity, a nation, when groups within a nation that is governed by its own constitution and the constitutional laws, international laws and clauses, when they have major issues with their government, they have a venue or a place through which they can go and lodge some complaints. But if you do not have substantive complaints to lodge through these entities or these portals, you are baseless. This is why they could not use these avenues to make a serious plea. And I named those avenues that are available to any group of people in any country, as long as you're under the democratic frame. You have these openings to your disposal. You could even do an appeal to the international court. International mediation could be sought. And you could request for humanitarian intervention if you have good grounds on which to do so. So my point is this. They know they don't have these grounds because the very government that you're trying to tear down, the leader of the government is going to Delaware and getting his doctoral honors bestowed upon him. If he was a shady character, nobody would have been doing that. He's been having meetings with the American government, periodically since the start of the year. Discussions are continuing with the Jamaican government and the US government and the British government as we speak.
So
they're working together with the FBI, the CIA, and all of these other crime-fighting entities to deal with the crime situation in the country, which has global connections. So what ground are you standing on? And stick up in. Let me play the devil's advocate here.
Yes.
So you go to the United States and you're going to England and wherever to lodge your protest. What grounds are you standing on? Or are you saying to us that these grounds on which you're standing to launch your protest are holy grounds? Is the United States a holy piece of land for you to stand on and launch such a campaign when their own former president is having his own day in court? When they have the mass shooting in schools going on? When crime is at the highest level it has ever been in this country? What makes you feel that this is an appropriate forum?
But let me bring Nazca in here quickly, Doc. Nazca, your group of powerful, the powerful 9. Is it 9 or 11?
11.
The powerful 11.
11.
Your massive, powerful group of 11 made some chants there, and one of them was stop sending guns to Jamaica.
In the
barrels.
In the barrel. Stop sending guns in the barrel.
Hey, it's her lyrics in a chopper, not mine.
Yeah. How did you guys cope with that argument? And what's the basis of that argument, though?
Well, that phrase came out of Zello, right? So we were liaising with our people there, and one of the gentlemen posted in the group and said, tell them to say this. And we started chanting it. And it was amazing how that little phrase, I mean, it's a big phrase, right? Because it has so many connotations to what's happening in Jamaica. And it shut them up because they were shocked when we started chanting it. And I guess they felt some sort of way because they got very quiet on that side.
Because yes, go ahead.
No, because I think because some of them over there may have very well related to that.
No, when this whole thing started, and I had the opportunity of speaking with all the members there, including Rattigan and Francis and all of them, and I was so-called in the Lions then, one of the things I said to them is that, folks, I will not remove myself from the argument that suggests that Jamaica has a crime problem. We do have a gun problem. But protesting in front of the consulate in Miami is not going to help our gun problem. And if 99% of you are living in the United States, and if you believe that you have the level of clout or the leverage that you have, why not use it where you have more leverage? Because I think that most of you are American citizens, or at least residents. You live here. Why not use your power to lobby the United States in assisting Jamaica in fighting the flow of guns into the country? I think that your fight would be, if they had that fight going, I think they would get a lot more support.
But that is the only logical argument they could ever have.
Exactly.
That's the only logical argument. That is where the argument should be.
Yes.
Yes. I made mention of that when I spoke in Miami. That was one of my corner arguments when I spoke in Miami. Your time would have been better spent if you were lobbying the U.S. Congress to stop sending, or the U.S. government also, to stop deporting. Listen to this. Hardened criminals into Jamaica. Because Jamaica getting most of the deportees that happened over the past few years. Most of those persons are Jamaicans.
And the crimes they committed was not in Jamaica.
Exactly. And so there's an ethical argument to be made against the United States and England, especially these two countries that are doing this. There is they're looking at their immigration laws. Okay, fine, you have a right to do so. But there's an ethical line of argument that is to be made and can be made. And if Rattigan and Francis were making these kind of arguments about stemming the flow of guns, revisit your deportation laws that you have and cease from sending hardened criminals who came here. Some of them were here from they were 5-year-olds. So they were educated here.
Yes.
They lived here. They have family here.
And they committed crimes here.
They committed crimes here. Why are you shipping them home to a country that they don't even know?
Exactly.
That is where the big argument is.
And they're right here.
The stage that they should be doing it is they're on the stage, but they're doing the wrong kind of dance.
All right, hold on. Let me just bring it. Go Go ahead, Jay.
Or
say, right? These two persons have been in the system with the government, with the law enforcement, because Rattigan was with FBI, and what's his name? Francis says he has a master's degree in criminology or whatever it is. So they know the system, right? The one is familiar with what happens in Jamaica. The other one is familiar with what happens in the US. They should be able to lobby on behalf of the government in Jamaica. Say, hey, you guys have this system. This is there. Why can't you put a protective barrier for Jamaica to stem the guns? The Prime Minister himself, Mexico, and other Caribbean islands have been doing a lawsuit, right? To stop the guns that are going into these countries to damage it. So why not protest on this basis to help Jamaica to amplify what the government is doing? Why go now and tackle something like corruption, whatever, which is inevitable for me. In any system, there's going to be these things. Work on cutting, stemming the guns, stemming the crime that you say is a problem. Writing a letter to the government that the government is not helping you in Jamaica. Say, okay, let me not look only on the government. Let me protect my brothers and sisters that are in Jamaica. Because that is your, that is what you want to do, protect Jamaicans. So stand for Jamaicans. Don't do it around the government, but stand up for your brothers and sisters. You know this thing.
Which goes to prove. Very good point.
All right, Jay. There. Cool.
Hold on there, Doc. Go ahead.
Yeah. Said all they're talking about corruption. And then and when we ask them what is the corruption, they cannot say it. Look at the amount of corruption was in the 90s. It can fill out a page. And none of them didn't come out and demonstrate. Public sector was wage freeze for almost 7 years. Couldn't get a raise under the PMP. Look at the amount of people who lose them business. 44,000 bank broke under the PMP, and we never see them demonstrate. People hang themselves.
Well, you know, the interview that Dr. Nelson participated in, the reporter had actually asked if he had staged similar protests during other administrations, and that was
hypocrite. And you know what? I see Joan Garden every day, so it's a PMP. Everything is Matt Golden set up all of these things because he's so desperate for power.
Well,
he's the one. He's a disgrace.
Hold on a second. Now. I understand you, but I can't prove that he was the one who organized it. It's a good assumption, though. I think it's.
Listen,
but let me add a little piece here.
Claudia, hold on a second there, Claudia.
Hold on.
Yeah, I can't prove that he was the organizer.
All right. So what I want to say about all these shops, it goes back to the boundaries, the protection of our boundaries, and enough is not being done. I listen to the interview. If you are so passionate about crime in Jamaica, 90, and this is my figures, approximately 98% of our crimes are being committed by guns. Jamaica don't have a gun manufacturing plant. We don't.
Yeah.
If you're that passionate, that serious, and you love Jamaica that much as you say, why is it? And then notice the interviewer asked him, are they planning to have a protest in speaking on tightening border and to reduce the gun coming into Jamaica? And he couldn't answer that. I said it earlier in the chat, how can a country like Haiti, which is so poor, have so many guns that they can trade with a country like Jamaica? No. This isn't true. They're dumping their guns in Jamaica. They're dumping their guns in Caribbean countries. They're dumping their guns in third world countries, creating mayhem and chaos in these countries. Imagine how is it that we, with the technologies that the US have, their technologies are far superior than what we have at customs. How is it that customs are finding guns coming from US? How is it that the DHL and FedEx getting guns here in Jamaica that is coming from US? with the technology that they have.
Enough is not being done to stop it from that end.
Yeah.
There you go.
And you know, that is, let me interject here.
Yeah. Go ahead, Nasca.
Yeah, and I was saying the least that they could do if they were that patriotic and is that concerned about the crime in Jamaica is lobby law enforcement in the United States and the Customs Department to be more vigilant in what leaves here to go into the islands. So this is all a sham. They're hiding behind this whole thing. You know, while we were there were people over there talking about time come and throwing their
I
fists
think
in the
all have to do is
air.
to launch an investigation and follow the money, and we'll know exactly who is the sponsor.
Exactly. Exactly.
But hear this now. If America really wanted to help the Caribbean, especially Jamaica, with the stemming of guns in the country, that's an easy piece of job for them, you know. They can send weapons to Ukraine. They can send weapons to Ukraine and help them strategically with their war that's going on. And they cannot stem the gun. Let me tell you something.
Mm-hmm.
I have long deduced that these guys that are out there trying to disgrace our country are affiliated with a certain divisional entity in Jamaica. And I give you a simple example. That piece that I put out, asking the diasporans not to support anything anti-Jamaica, it hit some of these bloggers. There are some bloggers there, you know. And the last time when I was in Miami, one of them came and put his mic in my face, and I'm sure
I remember.
I'm sure he's sorry that he did that.
Oh yeah, he wouldn't do it again.
But I saw him in New York, and I said to him, "Boss man, I'm here." And he said, "No, go away from me. I'm not chat to you. I don't like that thing that you put out there." And he's gone.
Yes.
Now, the point I'm making is this. While we were on the other side of the fence, and they were doing their thing, not one of those bloggers who were there came across to where we were to ask our opinions and to document anything from us. Not one. And these are the guys who are saying that they are bipartisan. So the fact that they did not come to talk to the other side of the fence is clear indication where their priorities lie.
Oh yeah.
I think they're being exposed. Let me just go ahead and play.
Even the Gleaner. Did you look at the ad in the Gleaner?
Yes.
The Gleaner. That is coming from a viewpoint of someone within the protest. I'm sure you what Gleaner is. And it's a close up, like you zoom up the camera. And the same thing that Rattigan said, the same numbers, not Rattigan, sorry, I'm not telling a lie. The same numbers that
Dr. Rupert said.
With the interview on Nationwide is the same figures Observer quoted. So
let me tell you, I was on the ground. We were on the ground. And we can tell you, you see, I can tell you from my estimation and my knowledge in that regard, that the maximum they had there, Chopper, is no more than 150 people, maximum.
Yes.
Dr. Nelson, you're being very generous in your numbers.
Very generous.
You're being very generous in your numbers.
I am. But it was definitely
I thought they had 80 people there.
Huh?
They didn't have 80 people there.
Yes, I'm being very generous.
And yes. And even at 80, I think I'm being generous as well. But any person who is thinking and saw that protest knows that it was political. You know.
Nasca,
I am not pulling my punches on that.
I'm going to play a little bit more of the interview because I find this interview to be perhaps, it's going to be a keeper for me. I'm going to keep this one in the archive.
I swear, I listened to it today and I couldn't believe a man could have been so damn stupid.
Hold on. We kind of have it a bit organized here. You have to just
hold on a second.
YouTube a little bit.
Just hold on a second. Hang tight.
The specific issue that most people have a problem with is currently down by, I believe, 14% since the start of this
That is
year.
not
So
true,
why
sir.
is
It's
your...
not down by 14%.
Come again?
It's not true. No.
It's not true, but those are what the statistics suggest.
Well, you know, they have said there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. So you take.
But those would be the same statistics that we'd have used to measure crime for the better part of 50 years.
My brother, we have been measuring crime, but we have not been able to measure up on crime. We have not been able to fix the crime.
But we're suggesting, though, that the crime rate, the murder rate specifically, has fallen by 14% since the start of this year. That's a fact.
It's fallen by 14%, sir. We just checked it the other day. It's down by about 4%. Please go check your facts again.
We are telling you the facts as presented by the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
You're not telling me anything. You're doing research. I'm doing research, and I have to be.
So where have you received your information regarding the murder rate? If not from the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
About 4%.
No, but where did you get those figures from is the question.
My brother, the same place you could get it if you looked.
No, we told you where we got it from. No, we told you where we got ours from. So we're asking you, where did you get yours from?
There are crime statistics throughout the world. Murder by rape.
Yeah, but speaking specifically about Jamaica, though.
Yes, specifically about Jamaica.
And we're asking you, where did you get your murder stats from?
Yes, I beg your pardon.
Where did you get your murder stats from?
I've already said, I have given you who you need to go and check.
No, you have not. You have not told us. You haven't answered the question. You asked Siobhan.
We got kicked off. It's up again, yeah? I don't know why.
No, no. You see, we're trying. All right, let me explain. We're trying to get to the basis of the grouse that you have. You say you don't believe the government has done enough about crime and people dying. I accept you at your word, and that you hold that view in good faith. Siobhan has pointed out to you, on the one hand, I've said to you, one, they've invested more in national security. Siobhan has pointed out to you that the murder rate is falling. You're saying
falling. Oh, you know, you didn't say falling. You said falling 14%.
Yes, yes, since the start of the year. And you're saying that's not true.
No, it's about 4%, my brother.
And I'm asking you, where did you come by those stats?
I'll send you the information by email.
No, you could tell the listeners. I would want the listeners to know.
No, I am telling the listeners, and I'll also tell the listeners as well, and send them the information.
I put it to you that you do not have those stats.
Captain Francis, I have Captain Francis, please, and you may challenge this if you will, but let me point this out. This is from the Jamaica Constabulary Force's website. As of January 1st to May 4, the murder rate is down by 13.1%. So let me correct myself, not 14%, but 13%. But you are saying it's closer to 4%. Explain where you have now gotten that statistic.
Let me make it quite clear. I do not know what the Jamaican Constabulary website says, but I can guarantee you there are other websites that will contradict that.
Which, like one? Like, give me one. Give me one. Name one.
Yes.
Just one. Just one.
Yes, one of the websites that contradicts.
Mute.
We are talking about crime, and we're talking about the statistics as they are presented. You're challenging these statistics.
Mr. Francis. Mr. Francis.
Let me just stop. Let me just cut it right there. Dr. Francis, you were laughing profusely. Tell us what you find so funny. Even now you're laughing again. Because this is laughable.
God.
A man with a PhD of a journalist wrapping him around the finger.
Let me tell you, very simple questions, very straightforward questions. And if you are so positive and well organized and well thought out and well attached to your position,
to the facts
of your position, you could be rolling those off your fingers the second they came off his tongue. The answers.
Ask Doctor if he was rolling while he was laughing.
I don't know, Dr. Nelson. Jay wants to ask a question. Go ahead, Jay.
Dr. Nelson, were you rolling while you were laughing? Because it is really
Listen
funny.
to me now. I was in my hotel bed, right? And I nearly drop off.
But it's so funny that Even days after the interview. And this, by the way, guys, it's not live. It's a replay. And even days after replay, we're still laughing because it's funny.
Embarrassing. I was cast up in the hotel bed because my legs were tired from standing up out there all morning. And I was just lying down. I put all the pillows behind me as I sit up and was talking to these people. And I nearly roll off the bed chopper.
But I'm going to play a little bit more, Doc. So stand by for a second again. Let me play a little bit more.
Jamaica Labour Party.
Mr. Francis.
He wants to be a caretaker, and that's why he's doing what he's doing.
Mr. Francis.
He didn't get it the last time.
All right, Mr. Francis, let me ask you this.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me address this part, though. Let me address this part because Dr. Nelson, the gentleman is accusing you, stating that you are vying for a position or a position in the government or in the party in Jamaica. That is why you are doing what you are doing. Obviously, you're doing something.
Listen. That's what they call it in boxing. When you cannot beat your opponent using the methods that are allowed, you throw a couple of low blows, right?
Yes.
Right. That was a very low blow because Rupert, Dr. Francis and I have been very good friends for a long time. And we were both very strong labor rights. Right? Yes. I don't have no shame about that. Right? I have no hesitation to say or to point out my affiliation with my party.
Thank you.
So he knows that. And that is a non-argument. He's pulling that up because he figures that he has to find something to knock me with that he has not tried before.
Yes.
Right? My movement out there, as a matter of fact, I've been fighting for brand Jamaica before I even show interest in politics. I have always been a Jamaican first, So I don't give much attention to what he's saying there. I don't pay much attention to it. And if I have to accept or put my argument out there where that is concerned, I do it proudly. The bottom line is, what grounds are you standing on making your claims? And who is paying you? He even mentioned that I am getting paid from somewhere.
He did say we all got paid.
Yes,
he's reusing.
But he's reusing some very statement that I made to them prior to all of that. So yes. My granny used to say, a drowning man
gets after a straw.
Exactly. And that's
go ahead, Nasca.
Yeah, I'm saying that at that point of the interview, Dr. Francis had proven himself to be a joke. So there is nothing else he can do at that point but to throw this something out there and hope that it stick on the wall.
Yes.
Because at that point he was literally a laughing stock.
But let's carry on a little bit more. Stand by the guys.
Hey, you ever see a master batsman walk down to the wicket with all the confidence in the world? And a bowler come up and take out his mid stump and he stands there looking around wondering what just happened.
Well, let's see what happened.
Oh boy.
What are you talking about, my friend?
It's yes or no. Was that really your intention?
That is not true, and you and I know that.
No, I don't know that. I'm asking you to tell me whether that was your intention.
Reporter said, I don't know.
It was not your intention.
The press release that they sent out with erroneous information, was it their intention to demonize me at that point? And I have evidence from them how well I was doing and the group was doing.
Yeah. Okay. Let me get your reaction, Mr. Nelson. Dr.
How are
Nelson,
you?
sorry, I'm doing well.
What do you want me to react to?
Well,
that
first
laughable presentation that Dr. Francis just put out there. And as a matter of fact, let me say this, as a matter of protocol, I will relate to Dr. Francis with his title, Dr. Francis.
Yes.
For professional, ethical flow. Mm-hmm. And I'm expecting the same. Okay? Now, Give me a question that you would like me to report to.
Yeah.
To respond to.
So as you saw the protest, what you saw and what you think the aims are. We hear the aims are to bring attention of the global community to the problems plaguing Jamaica.
My reaction to that is simply this: if you have a mission that you believe, is the catalyst that leads you to a foreign country in the middle of the street to be launching and putting on a protest against your country and your government, right? And your protest or your reason does not include or involve the government of these foreign countries in which your protests are being launched, then to me, it means that you have an alternative and not necessarily looking for some kind of assistance from the municipalities in which you are placing your protest. In other words, if you are in the United States and you have a problem with what's going on in Jamaica and you are seeking attention, the place to go is not in the gutters of New York to drag the Jamaican flag and trample it in the mud to get your attention. The place to go would be to seek out the appropriate municipalities in the United States and lodge your complaint there. To be in the streets of New York, right, trying to embarrass Jamaica means that you have an alternative motive, an ulterior motive, some alternative intention. And I think it's all political.
But Dr. Nelson, certainly as
something. The only person who's been political here.
Hold on, Mr. Francis, because we really haven't heard from Dr. Nelson throughout the interview. But Siobhan, you had a question. Yes.
Dr. Nelson, certainly as Jamaicans and members of the diaspora, they still have their concerns in terms of how the country is governed. And certainly they would like to use even that avenue as a measure of voicing those concerns. Would you agree that that is fair?
Repeat that question for me.
Would you agree that as members of the Jamaican diaspora, they do have concerns as to how the country should be governed, and utilizing a protest, wherever that protest may be, in whatever country, is a measure by which, or a way by which they now voice those concerns? Would you think that's not fair as being members of the Jamaican diaspora?
Look, everybody has a right to demonstrate or to exercise their democratic, to exercise their democratic rights.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
But I am thinking of it from the perspective of a national concern or a concern about a country, and you want to get some attention to this concern. Mm-hmm. If you go in the street with your complaint, is that the source through which you think you should go to get some attention?
Which then, let me ask you, Captain Francis, have you, before staging this protest, have you sought audience with the Jamaican government?
We have sought audience with the Jamaican government from day one. Nobody has any alternative motive except maybe Dr. Nelson.
And what was the response you received from the government?
Low blow.
Indicating on December 27th, 2023, to the ambassador, to everyone, asking them to address certain concerns.
And when you say address the concern, just help me with that.
The first concern was the murder rate. It was getting out of whack. And we asked them to address that. We asked them to address
No, but when you frame it that way, Captain Francis, you make it appear as if there's been no response to Jamaica's murder rate. And that's
timing seems peculiar.
It's simply not true.
Let me tell you something. The resources that they said they spent was not well spent and was not in the right direction. I've spoken to the police at all levels. And I'm telling you, that's not all it has been done.
And you would have spent it where?
There are two gangs in the political parties, the one order and the last one, and they have no control over them.
In an era where we've never seen so many gangsters brought before the courts.
Mm-hmm.
let me pause here for a second. Because I'd love to hear Nazca and Dr. Francis and others. And by the way, guys, Mr. George, George is scheduled to join us as well. He's having some difficulty, and that's for sure what's happening there with his connection. But we are still trying to work through the kinks, and hopefully we can get him on. But what say you, Doc? The gentleman just spoke a while ago about politics being played as it relates to which gang the police forces attack. How do you see that? Let me go with Nesca first, and then go to Doc, and we take some comments from TikTok as well.
Well, as far as I am observing, the police forces, the security forces are going after all the gangs. I can't see where they're pointing out one gang more than the other. Maybe one gang is a little bit more problematic than the other, or is a little bit more out there.
But if I may just interject there, Nazca, there are two gangs, and he mentioned the Klansman and one other. But don't you remember that the person who would have been affiliated with the one other gang is actually in prison?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, go ahead.
Absolutely.
Go ahead right there.
And those are not the only two gangs that are operating in the space. So for him to just point out those two, who's playing politics here? Who is concerned about crime on a whole in Jamaica? Those are not the only two gangs that's creating havoc in the country. So why just those two? Dr. Frank, need to come better than that, man. Need to come better than that.
Dr. Nelson, how do you view that?
My brother, I thought when I heard that, you see, I felt pity for Dr. Francis. Because if you don't have any confidence, you say you love your country and you want to see things go better in your country, and you are showing no confidence and faith in our police and our security system, and you have no understanding that the police force today in Jamaica is at its best ever in history, technologically and otherwise. You see, you don't have these fundamental facts in the palm of your hands. You see, then you have a real alternative motive here. You know, we cannot disrespect the police. We cannot question their loyalty to duty and to the sanctuary, to protecting the sanctuary of our country. We have to show the confidence and have faith in the system. And then we have to work with the Minister of National Security, the police commissioner, and do whatever we can from the diaspora to aid them in whatever way they might require. You see, let me tell you this. There's a sense of dictatorship going on here. There's a sense of bullyism going on with these guys. He wrote a letter to the Minister of National Security or the office of the Mrs. Johnson Smith office. What is it again? The Ministry of
Foreign Affairs.
Foreign Affairs. Yeah.
Foreign Affairs. Yeah.
Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much. And your letter was not accepted. Your recommendation, your suggestion, your request was not accepted. What make you think that you now can go through a tantrum in the middle of New York, like a 2-year-old kid whose mommy took away the candy from you?
One word.
You have enough. You have enough.
One word.
Huh?
One word.
You see,
hold on a sec. Go ahead.
There has to be an alternative, an ulterior motive here. You know, your security forces in your country is the first entity that you want to put confidence behind.
Yes.
And if you have any doubts about how they're operating, you see, talk to them about it. You see, you have to ask questions of the government and the ministries, not make deductions or project what you want to be done. And that is these guys' problem. They didn't get what they want, so they're throwing their tantrums and they're trying to drag the flags in the mud along with it. You know?
Go ahead, Jay. Jay had a question. Go ahead, Jay.
It's not a question. I wanted to add to what Dr. Nelson was saying. We are Jay, you have to go change your voice. I don't know how we are going to do that range. But anyhow, I wanted to add to what Dr. Nelson was saying with the bullyism that is going on. Notice the civil groups, right?
Yeah.
Anytime they don't get their way, they're on every media station complaining about the government. Oh, the government is not listening to us. The government is not doing that. The government is not doing that. The government have their advisors, and if they see it one way, then it can work that way. Not because your recommendation is not well, I wouldn't say it's not valid, but they don't act on your recommendation doesn't mean it's not valid. It is valid, but it's just that we think that this way is the best way forward. I remember with NIA, with the CRC, right? When I think they said they wanted the meetings to be heard live and everything to be in the public, and the minister was saying, no, we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that, and you know some things, and they went on every radio station and they tried to bully the government and tell them, oh, this is the way we wanted it, and they were called into a meeting and they never showed up. And you know why they never showed up? Because they never got their way. They showed up because they
this stigma
as well to do an interview, and the lady never showed up. She never showed up. The new director for NIA. She never showed up, and they tried calling her in the morning, and her phone all of a sudden.
I remember that. I was following that. But you're quite right. Let me just add a little piece as to what she just said, which made a lot of sense there. There is this notion that everything foreign and people when they are foreign, they
better than you.
Yes.
You have to draw for we, because they are foreign. We know what going from up here, so we have the answer. Up here, dummy, they are Jamaica.
And I must also add as well, chaps.
Yes.
And we need to understand it. Them that overseas, no disrespect, them that overseas, you have police that are underground. You hear every rambling. And to bring up the two gangs, you know that the political where they're aligned. It's not a fair statement to state, because every single body knows that one is a very destructive gang and the other, you don't even know if it still exists, because they basically dismantle. Now, we see a gang do a killing in Angela Brownberg area where they kill 4 members of a family. 4 members of a family. The mother, the daughter, or 2 daughters and a grandchild. The police went in and the police went in and you know them do them roadblock and so forth, and the MP who was very quiet after the killing, she don't come out, she don't say nothing, she don't condemn, she don't do nothing. Who was very quiet, said she willing to go protest with people for remove police roadblock. We were the social group, the social members, the social organization to come out to condemn her statements. No, everyone was quiet, everyone was silent, everyone was tight-lipped. That notion our government is going after Klansman only become public and loud after a notorious member of the Klansman gang was killed. That was when we started hearing the road, because when they go up going on after a Klansman, one to one another. Everybody knows the police are well equipped. They are well aware what is going on the ground. Leave them to do them work and try not to politicize anything, because we Spanish talk go on. And them know that Klansman gonna get a problem.
Go ahead up.
No, you see, she's perfectly correct. You see, the thing is, when you underestimate, one of the big problem, as I said earlier, people in the diaspora, especially these guys who are putting on this nonsense for so long, I'm getting sick of it. They are of the opinion that they have the answer to Jamaica's problems. And when I asked the question about the question of Dr. Francis about his qualifications, I was not trying to be rude to him. I was just trying to help him to see the practicality of the whole thing that's on the table. Somebody said it. You live abroad. I think it's one of the media personnel said it. viewers said it. You live abroad. What make you think that you have the answer to what's going on in Jamaica? And that was when I asked about the qualification. He said he's have his doctorate degree in criminology and whatever it is. I would love someday to see that paper. I would love to read his work. Right?
Probably he can provide that, so we can at least have an idea as to what he
I
wrote.
wanted to say, I wanted to add this point. Why is not everybody, but why are those people ignoring the fact that I think within 6 months, the Jamaica Conservative Force has seen 2 chief of police, I think from New York and somewhere else in Jamaica, collaborating with the Jamaican police. They were there. If it's not 2, is one of them. In most recent times, they were in Jamaica. I think one was before Anthony Hamilton. What's his name? Anthony Hamilton? What's his chief's name? Commissioner. What's our commissioner previous? Anthony Anderson. Before Anthony left, and then when the new one came in, there was another chief of police from New York in Jamaica, when they were saying, oh, Jamaica crime is bad and Jamaica crime is the worst, and he came and he was like, no, nothing like that. Jamaica is collaborating, the force is changing, and he made that point to everybody. That's when that argument kind of died down a little bit locally, and then the diaspora, some people in the diaspora, those that what we're seeing now, kept pushing the argument that, oh, this is bad, this is going on in Jamaica, etc. But we have a lot of collaborations going on, as Dr. Nelson said. Government is collaborating with the FBI, CIA, the local New York police.
But you see, it wouldn't.
And it begs it begs for you to just come up with the conclusion that this is political.
Yeah.
Well, let me go ahead, Nasca.
I'm saying that it wouldn't fit in their agenda to highlight those things. So therefore they keep those, in the background and to sort of push their own narrative. So that's why they do that.
Well, let me play a little bit more, Dr. Nelson, because
but before you do that, Chopper, let me just rally on this very point that these 2 young ladies just made. And I say young ladies, I say young ladies respectfully, okay? But it came back to what I said earlier. If these guys had substance, then their approach would have been different. Absolutely. They would not be in the street lobbying to people who barely understand what's going on.
Don't even know what's going on. These people, all they know, 90% of who they encounter in New York is saying, Jamaica? I'm going to Jamaica next year. I'm going to Jamaica next month.
And a lot of the Jamaicans that they encounter are people.
Just a moment.
Hold on, let me finish here. A
Go
lot
ahead.
of the Jamaicans who attended their rally or their protest are PNP activists and supporters. Because if you had legitimate grounds on which to stand with your complaints, you would have sought to go through some of the channels that I pointed out earlier.
Yes.
Within your legal rights and constitutional duty, which is to request for humanitarian intervention from the foreign country where you're there and launch your protest. Or appeal to the international court to intervene. International mediation is another option that you can get without any cost to you. So therefore, if you choose not to use these structured channels that are within the confines of the law and your constitutional rights, what is your argument? You don't have none.
Because the basis
have none.
The basis of your argument is wrong. I think but let me hear it. Go ahead, Nicole. You have a question?
I'm saying I've been watching those groups for a good while now, even before the first protest, and all those guys they blog for the PNP. If something right, and they see good, what they do on the program is to go after the MP and go after the PM and tell the people them who listen to them say it's lie. So they are political motivated. They are all PNP bloggers.
I agree with you.
The second I was watching Ratigan the other day, right? And a man was on it saying he's coming to our diaspora meeting in June. And they were convincing the man not to come. and tell him to consume me because I record it. I also record him telling the people them say, do not come to the diaspora meeting here in Jamaica. Cut it and come to their protest. Tell him to consume me because I record it.
All right, let me play a little bit more. Let me play a little bit more of the interview here. But good point there, Nicole. Let me play a little bit more of the interview here, Doc. Stand by for a second.
That's what stands on is the PNP and the one order. Where's the one order? They have not appeared. So you could call it persecution. I don't have a problem. I don't like gangs. We gave them a gang, a procedure to assist gangs.
Assist gangs. He's right.
Offered by Captain Whittingham, a Jamaican in Los Angeles, where they reduced gang violence by 50%.
When you parse it out like that, a political affiliation of gangs, aren't you indirectly accusing the members of the security forces of political bias?
Listen, I never mentioned the members of the police.
Yeah, but they're the ones going after the gangs. They're the ones going after the gangs.
Let me say this to you. Yes, of course there are policemen, I would imagine. But the majority of them are not that way. I support the police, and they know it. And let me make it quite clear how I support the police. How they treat the police. You remember Constable Donny Anderson, the one who had the liver problem? Right? And so 2.5 years, the Minister of National Security saw her and promised to give her help.
But
she came to the United States.
But Captain Francis,
I was the one on my team who helped her and saved her life for a while. And then when
Captain Francis,
anymore, they sent her back to Jamaica.
But
what did they do? Let's discuss that.
Captain Francis, I think in further to Ricardo's question, you've essentially put or intimated a suggestion that the government is signaling out a specific politically affiliated gang, wherein it is the duty of the police force to tackle anti-gang, to go after the gangs. So you're essentially intimating that it is the police being political.
Do you know how Jamaica works?
So do you believe there is some
because I don't understand how you equate the work of the security forces in dismantling gangs to the political affiliation of the gang.
It is obvious you don't know what is happening in Jamaica.
No, so you are suggesting then that there is a political directorate that has given directorship to the JCF to say, okay, you're allowed to go after this gang, but you're not allowed to go after that gang. Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm saying, not even suggesting. I'm suggesting that politics is involved in it. Politics is involved, and until we remove the politics from this issue, we will not be able to resolve it.
I think that's an unfortunate characterization, but I will move on. Why no? Is it because an election is looming?
Listen to me. Let me tell you something. Do you know that I represented the Jamaica Labour Party on
it's a simple question. Is it because an election is looming?
No, I'm answering your question. I'm asking you a question. Yes, I don't know about any election.
Okay.
This is political. This is about the Jamaican people. Stop making it about the politics. I'm not political.
May I ask a question here?
Go ahead, Dr. Nelson.
I would like to know, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Dr. Francis. Dr. Francis and I used to be very close friends, and I want to think that we are still friends. But my question to Dr. Francis is this. We know that he spent some time as captain in the Jamaica military, and I want to personally applaud him for his service. However, you and I know, or we all know, that the Jamaica military is not a military that has seen combat of any kind. And so for the most part, one could fairly say, we don't have any wars to fight. We've never been to any wars other than it was World War II, where some of the army went to be supportive of the US and British forces, to my recollection. So my question is simply this. Other than a ceremonial title, what qualifications does Dr. Francis have for fighting with regards to crime intervention and prevention?
You know, you have made the most disingenuous statement I've made. Has ever been made. The Jamaica Defense Force as a history of World War II. It has gone to Grenada, gone to Haiti before, many other incursions in Jamaica. Once the military was working and the police were working together, they had peace and harmony in Jamaica for the most part. Let me also talk about my qualifications. I did a bachelor's in psychology and criminal justice. I have a master's in forensic psychology, and I also did my doctorate in my dissertation about criminology.
But do you accept that there are Jamaicans? Do you
that.
accept that there are Jamaicans here who live here who are just as qualified and just as capable to advise the government on national security?
And closer to the situation
but
as
my
well.
friend, let me make it quite clear. They may be qualified, and I respect everybody you are talking about, and they may be competent, but the fact of the matter is, are they willing to do what is necessary to resolve the crime and violence in Jamaica against the Jamaican people?
And what
I
is
put
necessary?
it to you, I put it to you that the people who live here are so prepared.
What?
They are so prepared.
Let me tell you something, man.
But the fact that the Minister of National Security rejected your letter, or the Minister of Foreign Affairs rejected your letter.
The government must allow them to do what as they would allow the Integrity Commission to do their work.
And have you had suggestions from the JCF that they are not being allowed to do their job?
They're not being allowed to do their job.
How so?
I am telling you categorically, they're not.
Give an example. How so?
What? Look at what they did. Look at what they did to the former chairman of the Jamaica Constabulary Force.
So a disciplinary matter against the former chairman amounts to them blocking the JCF from doing their job?
No, Captain Francis. No.
Do you have another question? Do you have another question for me?
I do have a question for you, Dr. Nelson. All things considered, though, would you consider it a bit imprudent for you to be yelling and shouting traitor at your fellow Jamaican because they have expressed dissatisfaction with the handlings of the government?
Say that again.
Would you consider it a bit imprudent to be yelling and shouting traitor at your fellow Jamaican because of they've expressed some?
Well, let me not play that part. But since Dr. This is right with us.
We heard that part.
Listen,
he can answer in real time.
Listen, but my answer there is exactly what I said earlier. We had some people there, boy, they were so hot on them talk, you know.
Fired up.
I tried my best to curb it, but there's just so much I could have done.
Fired up, man. But you know,
yes, man.
As
I told him, I told him the reaction was spontaneous.
Yes.
Right? And the people at the time, the persons on my side of the fence, they were expressing their frustration the way they saw, they saw best. And I tried my best, to beg everybody, don't put on your green clothes today. Don't wear your green hat today and now show me the V. Because we are standing up for brand Jamaica. We are patriots right now, defending brand Jamaica. We're not pushing our party affiliation, and we try not to do that. And they did very well. But when the traitor thing come up, man, I catch it when it was in swing.
but the truth is, though, guys, when you look at the behavior of these men, I mean, is it not, if not being a traitor, isn't it borderline
treason? Yes, treason.
It's unpatriotic. It's unpatriotic through and through.
Is putting it mildly. It is bordering on treason.
Hold on a second. I'm coming to you there. Go ahead, Chuck.
Dr. Francis said he was a member of the military and served proudly. So how could a member of the military that would have been trained to respect our flag allow to be desecrated in his presence in the capital of New York City?
That is something that we should ask Dr. Nelson.
Very good question. Because that's exactly what I said to them at the latter part of that very interview there. I made it clear that these guys
only succeeding in trampling the national emblem and the flag in the gutters of Manhattan. That's all they're succeeding in doing. Because they are not doing anything that will address the issues at hand in Jamaica. Because frankly speaking, there are no issues that need to be addressed in Jamaica that is not being addressed.
Mm-hmm.
So what is your beef? It has to be personal. It has to be political. There has to be an ulterior motive here.
We're gonna find that ulterior motive. Stick and stay. Let me find it. We're gonna find it. Stick and stay.
Patriotic Jamaicans was a sporadic and reactive response that I could not have controlled or put a stop to. Serve me when I'm speaking. I am trying to tell you where I stand with regard to all of this. Think whatever you may, but Clovis Nelson is for brand Jamaica, irrespective of the spins that might be circling around brand Jamaica. Whatever political issues you and your team might have, whatever Christ-like solution you think you have for crime and corruption in Jamaica, that is within you. But do not take the national emblem and trample over it in the streets of Manhattan. I will not support that. I will be anti that in every sense, and that is where I stand.
Can I say something to his rant right now?
Go
I
ahead.
would like to know how much you're being paid to do what you're doing, because it's obviously you're being paid because you're not speaking for the ministry.
We have to stop it there now, though, because we have to know ask Dr. Nelson to clarify to us how much you're being paid, Doc.
And Doc didn't share any of the spoils with us.
Are you have
defending how they are dealing with the flag. Can you imagine that is so freaking unpatriotic? Here he's talking about how you deal with the flag, something that's a national symbol, and you go say, is he being paid?
Well, Doc,
Listen to me.
you've been paid. How do you plead?
Chopper.
Yes,
If
sir.
somebody was paying me to protect the national flag from being trampled on in New York,
I would be
I
proud.
would have gladly take that salary, you know.
I would be proud.
I would have gladly take that salary. Let me tell you, as I mentioned earlier, when a prize boxer is losing to his opponent,
low blow,
he try to draw some low blow.
right below the belt.
Right below the belt. But guess what? The boxer, his opponent, is resilient. And all I did was laugh at his nonsense.
Thank you.
He was caught flat-footed. He had no response that made sense. His argument was not cohesive. He's the one that was ranting.
There you go.
My responses were solid, calculated, and focused.
You don't have to tell us. Here it is.
Yes.
Doc sound like a Mike Tyson Holyfield round right there.
Hold on, here it is.
Situation. You know, one of the drivers, one of the things that drives the crime situation in Jamaica, illegal guns that flow from the United States into Jamaica. Can we expect a protest against that?
We do not support any illegal guns.
No, man, I understand that, but I'm saying, can we get a protest to urge the U.S. Congress to do more to stem that?
Absolutely. We will do anything we can. And what I would like to say is that what Dr. Nelson just said is
no. All right. So I put it to you. I put it to you that if we're serious about the crime situation, that may be a helpful way members of the diaspora.
Let me respond to that.
No.
That would be helpful for members of the diaspora.
No, Dr.
Let me respond to that question. Since he's beating around the bush. When you go out there in the streets of New York and Miami to protest and to try to disgrace Jamaica on the national forum, that is exactly what your conversation should be around. How we can ask the U.S. government to intervene. I am speaking.
Gentlemen, we're out of time. We're out of time. All right, we're out of time. Thank you, gentlemen, for your time. Member of the Jamaican Diaspora Council, Dr. Clovis Nelson, head of the Jamaica Diaspora Crime Intervention and Prevention Task Force, Captain Rupert Francis. After the break,
we have the Minister of Information, Robert
Oh,
Morgan.
we're not taking the break. No.
Well, we're going straight to the Minister of Information, Robert Morgan. Good evening, Minister.
Good evening, Minister.
Good evening. I cannot say that I will get.
Sorry, you're breaking up. Say that again.
I cannot say I will get treated, but I wish to add some clarity to some of the statements that were made.
Please.
So, I don't know if you're aware, and it was previously on your program, that several years ago we were engaged by members of the diaspora. I think it was under Minister Montague, and the engagement was pretty fruitful. And they made several suggestions, some of which were implemented in Time Secure Jamaica and several other policy approaches that the government sought to engage. Not all of their suggestions were accepted, but some were. So it is not correct to say that the government did not accept the suggestions of Mr. Francis. And
it didn't pay for it.
The fact of the matter is, however, is that in the whole issue of crime and crime fighting, there are going to be diverse perspectives and views, which people are entitled to. But we are very competent, very capable individuals, well-trained, trained internationally, in collaboration with our partners in the United States, in Canada, and Britain, who also have knowledge and expertise in crime fighting. And
well, Mr. Francis seems to think that they're not giving the right advice.
I don't know. Mr. Francis is entitled to his position, but you are seeing the fruits of the work, not just of the government executives, but also a whole ecosystem of persons who are a part of the national security infrastructure. I'll give you an example. Mr. Francis speaks about the money not going the right place, and you see that in his letter. When we became government, we realized very quickly that the issue of border security was of paramount importance. We had inherited a situation where the army only had one mid-range patrol vessel. Currently, I think we have bought about 7 new vessels, which is one of the important tools that we use to reduce the entrance of contraband into the country, such as firearms and drug trafficking.
So better policing of the borders.
Better policing of the borders. Additionally, there was a deficit in the whole forensic aspect of the security forces. We invested a lot of money in a new forensic lab where gunshot residue, DNA, and all of those things can be examined. And you have seen in cases in the court where a lot of science is being used by the prosecution, by the police investigators to deal with crime. The other issue we speak about is gang violence. There's never been a time in the history of Jamaica that so many persons have been convicted under the anti-gang legislation.
We put that to Mr. Francis. Did you hear his response?
He suggested that you're doing it only in one direction.
A politically motivated attempt.
And that's something I want to address as well.
Yes.
Remember, we passed a law many years ago that separated the operational functions of the police force from the political directorate. So it is actually illegal for Dr. Horace Chan to call the commissioner of police and say, go there or prosecute that person. That is even before this administration, under the previous PNP administration, that wasn't done, and it's not done. And there are 2 letters that they sent. They sent a press release on the 10th of May with a whole slew of accusations against the country and the government. And even you in your newsroom, if you go through it, you'll realize that a large percentage of the things that Mr. Francis is accusing the government and the country of is false, right? And I think it's a disservice to the work, not of the government, but of so many Jamaicans who have toiled. If you look at the anti-corruption framework, we passed the law in 2018 to make the Integrity Commission a reality. We have funded the Integrity Commission as much as they wish. They are now over $1 billion. You have never heard any accusation of the government interfering with the work of the Integrity Commission. All the reports have been tabled, and where the Integrity Commission has suggested sanctions against individuals, people have resigned, people have lost their jobs, people have gone before the court. So there's no question that this government has been one of the most anti-corrupt since independence. And it's not us saying it. If you look at Transparency International ranking, and you look at the trend over the last 2 decades, it is this government that has had the best anti-corruption ranking. This government has no employees at Transparency International. It's an independent entity. And I think the challenge we're having with Mr. Francis and whoever else is associated with him in these matters, as while they do have a right to protest, they do not have a right to mislead the public. And I think a large percentage of the things that they're saying are misleading the public.
Let me ask you, do you think it's politically motivated?
I think there is aspects of politics in it. There are various actors associated with them. They have regular blogs online where political activists are a part of their team. And there are also individuals in their cohort who have had engagement in the court, including myself, against the government. And I don't really want to go into that aspect of it. But anybody who looks at the overall picture, I don't know if Dr. Francis personally is political, but there is a clear political tinge to a lot of what I see them doing. Dr. Francis is not the only actor that exists. He may be the spokesperson, but there are several other persons who are well known within the diaspora as political activists who are participating in this whole endeavor that they're seeking to do.
Minister Morgan, according to Mr. Francis, we can't trust our lying eyes. Has there been some change in how the JCF reports?
Can I just say, I find this trend, and it's not a trend, of questioning these statistics very, very dangerous. I think we're skating in dangerous territory as a country when we're seeking to discredit the official statistics put out by the principal crime-fighting agency in Jamaica. I find it deplorable, I have to say, and very, very dangerous. It's not the first time I've heard it suggested, and for him to blatantly say it now makes me very uncomfortable.
So I put it to you, Mr. Morgan. Have we changed how these statistics are reported since 2016?
No, we have not. And the same persons, most of them who did the statistics in 2011, 2012, 2013 are the same persons there. But there's a bigger problem, Ricardo. The group that Mr. Francis is associated with says they are interested in accountability and good governance and all of that. You do not bring good governance in a society by undermining its institutions. When Dr. Francis comes on your program, and even in his letter, his press release, undermines the integrity of public servants who are non-political, because their findings do not align with the narrow interests of his group. He accuses them of dishonesty. He accuses them of corruption. He accuses them of incompetence because their findings, he's saying crime murders are down 4%, but the internationally recognized and accepted statistical standard used by the JCF says it is down by 13%. By saying that the statistics are wrong, you're basically saying that the JCF is corruptly deflating the statistics. And that undermines institutions. So you lose your credibility because what you're doing, you're not trying to build Jamaica. What you're doing is you're actually trying to undermine the institutions that are there to protect and build the country for your own narrow ends.
Thank you so much for your time, Minister. Appreciate it.
You're welcome, and thank you for having me.
Not a problem. It makes me uncomfortable. I heard it suggested before in a very roundabout
and from people
way.
I wouldn't expect to have
precisely,
made the suggestion.
And now to hear it being blatantly said, I agree. Discrediting institutions is not the way to achieve political power. Because if you burn it all down, remember, you have to then inherit the situation.
And you see it not only in matters of crime, you see it in terms of statistics coming from the
Absolutely.
PIOJ, from Statin,
It's a very, very dangerous practice. Because even if you achieve the power that you want, remember, these are the same institutions
will have to work with.
You'll have to work with. And if you've discredited them, the same knife will stick the sheep, I will stick the goat. 630.
Yeah. Aye.
But Chopper,
yes,
what I want to say here, this is very strategic, When you want to destabilize a country, that's the first thing you start to do is start to undermine the institutions.
yes.
Yeah. And that will lead to all the chaos that you want, so you can get in there and do what you want to do. And we cannot allow that. We cannot stand by and allow that. I'm saying it here.
Well, I'm happy that we have people like yourself, Dr. Nelson, Bridget, and others who have been out there blazing the trail and making sure that the voices of patriotic Jamaicans are heard across the globe. As you said earlier, it was just about 11 of you versus whatever the amount was. And to believe it, or whether you want to believe it or not, that 11 voices were just
very loud.
Not just loud, but effective. Go ahead, Rent.
I was about to say, anybody here watch Game of Thrones?
Yes.
And I'm talking in the last season.
Not the last season.
When Daenerys went to King's Landing. You see the behavior that the PNP is under? It's actually the same behavior. Them rather burn down the country and rule ashes just to get them money.
Yeah.
And this is what they are.
Yeah. Go ahead, Chuck.
And them rather rule the ashes.
Yeah, I said, they rather rule the ashes than the high rise.
Yes.
Everything that we're seeing is leading to destabilizing the country, every aspect of it. Yes. If you look keenly at everything that we're seeing, it is just leading to instability. Because not first thing, but when you go on the international stage and try to paint the picture, the country's crime-ridden. The leaders are not leading. The leaders are not listening to what the people are saying. Those who elect them. That is painting the picture internationally. When that start flash across all news network internationally, what we think is going to happen?
No, Dr. Nelson.
I know what is so funny.
Go ahead, Rent. Go ahead.
No, I was saying what is so funny. They're not restricting it to the party. As they're going after the public sector as well. It's seen with the plane. You're going after immigration. You're demotivating these same people. We don't want to vote for you.
Well, I think the people have a responsibility to look through that and to make a decision and to get involved in the electoral process. But Dr. Nelson, just to come back there, Rents, Dr. Nelson, you would have gone to this protest in a very organized way as an individual, and you would have been cognizant of the letter that was written to the government, and you understand some of the quote-unquote concerns that those persons have, and you went there pretty much well prepared to deal with the issues. I know you don't have your clipboard with you now that we saw in New York, but we know that you probably have the answers to some of the concerns that they have. They talk about crime, they talk about service delivery, they talk about sleeping with doors open, all that kind of stuff. And I know you had something.
The public sector, they now get them pay nurses and police and all those things for them placard.
Yes. How did you deal with that, Doc? And I don't know if you had, well, you didn't have a chance to speak to one of their media people there, but how did you prepare yourself to deal with those questions?
The preparation was not difficult. It's a matter of, let me tell you, and I'm going to say this to all the listeners, and maybe I'm preaching to the choir, Chopper, because so far I heard persons talking who are very much informed and very much on point with what's going on in our country. A lot of people I hear speaks today, just now, are people who are versed with the running of the country, what is happening, and what is being said by whom, when, and where. And so the bottom line is this. When you're paying attention to what's going on in the country, and when you are part of the dialogue, and you put yourself in a position where you can speak and hear and know, right? It is not difficult to prepare yourself to counter things that are far removed from the facts. and you're not feeling in the sky and pulling down some ear pie.
When those persons go on a platform, an international platform, and talk about Jamaica and being corrupt, and every single person you speak to in New York just the other day who has a placard, when you ask them, they say they want to get rid of the corruption. Is Jamaica that corrupt?
No, the big question is, the question you should ask, Chopper, is the United States the moral ground on which to be talking about corruption?
That reminds me of an interview. It reminds me of an interview with Muhammad Ali and Chris Wallace. And if you remember that interview, anybody who knows that interview we can attest to it. Right?
I remember, I know the interview, man. I love it.
But Renz, was it Renz or was it Jay who was about to tell us what corruption they're talking about?
Oh, Renz, go ahead. No, we can't tell her which corruption, because every time you ask which corruption are you talking, the most corrupt party. If it is there, the most corrupt party, it should be very easy to list at least two. Yes, I said list five. But I'm going to make it easy for you. Give me two. I know.
Let me add this. I have no doctorate in front of my name. But last night, I was able to sit and use Google. And every single point that was in that letter that they were protesting, I was able to use Google and debunk everything in it. So a man who claimed to be as learned as Dr. Francis, why wasn't he able to even use Google to find out if everything on that list made sense? They're accusing the government of SSL. SSL is a private institution.
Exactly. And the government stepped forward in its capacity to stem the bleed.
Somebody was the authorities investigated, and somebody was arrested and charged. So what they want the government to do?
And people getting back their money. People are slowly getting back their money that they invested.
Right? And putting America is no grown. If you're going to say it's the government, America is not the place for you to be having that type of stuff, because the amount of financial issues inside a trading Enron, the biggest culprit, Enron and all these stuff. Why wasn't the US government blamed? The same country in our protest. You know, guys, last night I was listening to the Rat, right? I was listening to the Rat, and he was questioning Dr. Nelson's credentials, saying that he don't want to talk to Dr. Nelson, and people might be asking why him go so far, why him take this thing so far, and him basically say it's not Dr. Nelson he want to talk to, it's the PM he want to talk to.
So it's an attention seeking.
Who was that?
Huh?
Who?
The Rat.
Oh, and him questioning my qualifications.
Why is it live disconnected over that side? I don't know.
You gone?
No, the TikTok it just
right.
Right?
Is questioning my qualifications. You have to question it, you can go look it up. All he has to put in my name, and he will find everything he wants to find on Dr. Nelson.
Will he be able to find stuff for the other folks?
Well, that is where he might be, seriously disappointed.
But you talk about moral ground. Let me play this for you, Doc, because sometimes I like to find these little gems, and this is actually one of the gems on YouTube there. And you talk about having the moral grounds to speak about certain things, and I will never ever forget this interview with Chris Wallace and Muhammad Ali. Here we go.
Be the best place for me at this time.
Malcolm X.
If I went to Israel,
I'm sorry.
I don't
Farrakhan.
think Israel would be the best place for me to be at this time, considering the view that most Jews have of Louis Farrakhan.
Which is, if not the most corrupt nation in Africa, and it is, it could be the most corrupt nation in the world, Minister Farrakhan.
Oh, now, Mr. Wallace.
It is the most corrupt nation that I have ever covered. I've been there 25 years ago, and I've been there as recently as last year.
Fine. So
what?
35 years old. That's what that nation is. Now, here's America, 226 years old. You love democracy, but there in Africa, you're trying to force these people into a system of government that you just have accepted 30 years ago. Black folk got the right to vote. You're not in any moral position to tell anybody how corrupt they are. You should be quiet and let those of us who know our people go there and help them get out of that condition. But America should keep her mouth shut wherever there's a corrupt regime, as much hell as America has raised on the earth. No, I will not allow America or you, Mr. Wallace, to condemn them as the most corrupt nation on earth when you have spilled the blood of human beings. Has Nigeria dropped an atomic bomb and killed people in Hiroshima and Nagasaki? Have they killed off millions of Native Americans? How dare you put yourself in that position as a moral judge? I think you should keep quiet, because with that much on America's hands, you have no right to speak. I will speak because I don't have that blood on my hand. Yes, there's corruption there. Yes, there's mismanagement of resources. Yes, there is abuse. There's abuse in every nation on earth, including this one. So let's not play holy to moralize on them. Let's help them.
I'm not moralizing. I'm asking a question, and I got an answer.
Why would you put it as the most corrupt regime in the world? That doesn't make sense.
Can you think of one more corrupt?
Yeah, I'm living in one. I'm living in one.
I rest my case. I rest my case.
Well, I say I rest my case.
I rest my case.
That was a bomb.
Gone to America to protest Jamaica, as if America is moral grounds on which to stand. I wasn't even remembering that interview with Farrakhan. But you see, they say certain
but
kind
as
of minds,
recently, you know, as
they say
recently
certain kind
as
of
the
minds
last.
think alike, though, Chopper.
Go ahead.
Certain kind of minds think alike, yes.
Oh yes, oh yes, oh yes.
Yeah. I was saying, you know, as recently as the last presidential election, when they looked at Donald Trump and said, "But you don't pay your taxes," he said, "Yes, because I'm smart." He knew.
I keep asking people who don't have a moral standing. For example, the same gentleman would have written a lawsuit to Kamina Johnson Smith, and the high courts in Jamaica threw it out because the court says simply, you do not have standing on which to bring such a lawsuit, right? You do not have what in law they call it. What's the legal term of it again?
What?
When you don't have standing, there's a legal word that is used. Locus standi.
Oh.
You don't have standing. You don't have grounds on which. And the gentleman would have brought a lawsuit where the High Court threw it out and said, "Look, man, you were not offended. I cannot bring a lawsuit against you if I just simply saw a man hit you. It didn't hit me. It had nothing to do with me. But me, I go sue you." And that's what they're doing. See, they're sitting in the United States. They're raising funds. They're using these social media platforms, and they're raising a lot of money. And perhaps, a good place to start doing investigation is in these so-called organizations that are set up to raise funds to sue government and all that good stuff. But anyway, we're going to spend our time on that. I just wanted to really bring it to the people and to to really thank Dr. Nelson and the team, NASCA and others, Bridget and the rest of the team who went out there and lend their voices to what was going on. I think the message.
Bridget was the nanny.
Yeah,
Nanny of Jamaica.
exactly. Sir George Lawson and Dave Foster was there as well. Dr. Nelson. And
Yes.
George was trying. We slated to have George on this evening, but for some reason I don't know why he just would not be connected. We sent him the link quite a few times, and he was able to get on. Someone need to mute your mic, please. Is that Mr. Hemmings? If you come on the live, you have to mute your mic, please. So we weren't able to get George on, but I tell you, and Dr. Des, you know, Brother George more than I do. He is a Jamaican patriot like none other. He is equally as passionate about Jamaica, just like everybody else. And we really wanted to have him on. We're going to apologize, but we are definitely going to schedule an evening to sit down with him again and really have a good conversation, political conversation, not just for Jamaican politics, but for global politics. He's been in New York for years, and he has worked with the Jamaican government for years, so he understands the system. And for the life of me, Dr. Nelson, I don't know if it is a problem that we don't know good people, but we have these people out there. We have the Dr. Nelsons out there. Why aren't we engaging them and utilizing them and seeking their guidance and seeking their assistance? I mean, no government did not mobilize Dr. Nelson to go out there. And look at how effective it was. You know, no government mobilized people like NASCA and others. That was their initiative. And while we can be proud and happy that, yes, you know, people are using the initiative to go out there and do stuff, I think these things need guidance and coordination for it to be even more effective. Just look at the effect that you guys have, 9 of you. Can you imagine if that was coordinated?
And you just hit a point there, Chopper, because we've been talking about exactly that. And I am sure that within the next few weeks or so, or a few days coming forward, there will be a diaspora movement or a diaspora group dedicated to exactly that.
And I'm happy for that.
Yes, because we've been talking about it, and we need to make it become a reality. Because at the end of the day, there are so much haters out there and anti-Jamaicans, and it's sad to see Jamaicans going up against Jamaica, you know, on the international scene, and they are organizing themselves more and more every day. They were selling T-shirts at the rally.
Oh yeah, and they're begging money. They had what you call in church or in school when you put somebody on the stage to sing and then you pay money to take them down. What's that called? They were having a rally, right?
The night before on their platform, yes.
They were doing that. They were raising money. And make no mistake about it, guys. Make no mistake about it. They are raising money and they are getting money.
The minute I got there, someone approached me with flags. They're selling flags, $5 a piece, and it's all going to the One Jamaica Legal. I don't know what One Jamaica Legal is, but that's what they're doing.
That's the money that is used to sue government and to sue officials to use it to intimidate people, I guess.
Yep.
But remember what I said, guys.
1 second there, Petal, I'm coming to you. Go ahead, Dr. Nelson. Coming to you.
Remember what I said earlier.
Yes.
And I want this to soak in. Anybody within a government or a country that has legitimate reason to go up against their country, they have portals through which to do so in a sensible way. Any organization or body that is going up against its government and cannot utilize these channels, as I listed earlier, then it simply means that they have no legs to stand on. That's as simple as it is. because the Constitution allows for such a group to request for humanitarian intervention from
and you pretty much narrow it down then that, because you're pretty much saying that if these guys really had a genuine concern
they
and
would have been
really
using
wanted
these
to help,
channels.
the provision is there for them to actually do something.
Yes. So and if they're not using them, the bottom line is, since they're not using them,
they're circumventing it because
they have no legs to stand on.
Yeah.
So they are going. So it means that it is an ulterior motive. The purpose is otherwise. And what else is there other than that which I just itemized? Politics.
A very interesting question just came into my thought, right?
Go ahead.
If they are protesting that the country is all that they're protesting, why are they raising funds? What do they need it for?
What was the question, Jay?
Why are they raising funds?
Well, remember that when they go to these protests, they need to buy flags and paraphernalias. They need to put up the folks into hotels in New York.
I understand that, but is it a continuous thing?
Oh yeah, no, but I tell you what the funds are for. Let me give you a breakdown. And remember, what I'm saying to you is not secret. They discuss it. They raise funds. One of the aspects of it is for legal challenges. So one of the pillars that they are campaigning on is lawsuit against the government, using the Maginski Act to overthrow the government. So to find ways in the Maginski Act to take down the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister who is working with the United States, who's a close ally, who's the United States has the CIA and the FBI in the back pocket of Andrew Holness. If they want to take him down, they don't need the Maginski Act. They don't need the diaspora. The FBI and the CIA is sleeping in Andrew's bed. If they want him, they can take him down. So that's just BS.
If they have reasons, they would
take him down in a heartbeat.
And they would not
cooperate with him. And let me tell you something that a lot of people don't know. When the United States needs you, or the United States has a problem with you, one of the most effective tools that the US use is their foreign policy document.
Yes.
And the minute they want to pull ties from you, they're going to pull their ambassador from this country. Right? They had a problem with Michael Manley. They did not name an ambassador to Jamaica. They had a problem with Bruce Golden. They did not name an ambassador. Right? They met him on the tarmac at the airport. Let me tell you something. If there's one prime minister that the United States appreciate, is Andrew Holness. And let me tell you why. Look at the geopolitical arrangement globally. The Jamaican Labour Party is aligned with the Republican. The United States today, it's a Democratic Party that is in power. Are you seeing any undue pressure on the Jamaican Labour Party from the Democrats? Which is usually the case?
No.
It is a norm that if the US has a problem, they would want to align. They want their guy in. Their guy is the PNP. The Democratic Party guy is the PNP. And they're not doing a damn thing to aid them in going in power.
You see,
they're working with Andrew Holness because they recognize that Andrew Holness has positioned Jamaica in a way that they can be respected. That is why we're not treated the same way as the US treated Michael Mann in the 1970s. Guys, we're at the same space we were in the 70s when we had the Cold War. The same scenario exists today that existed in the 1970s. Remember that. In the 70s, we had the Cold War with the Russians and all of that. Today, we have not just a Cold War, a warm war, a hot war between Jamaica, the US, and China. Where is Jamaica in all of that? Jamaica is stuck in the middle. America and China is having a trade war. Where does Jamaica find itself? In the middle. How did the United States treat Jamaica in the 70s? And look at how they treat Jamaica now. Even though we have a relationship with an quote-unquote enemy of the United States.
Mm-hmm.
But we are still respected because of our position. So I will say to you, there has never been a Democratic Party in the United States that has shown a Jamaica Labour Party government the respect that this Biden administration has shown to Andrew Holness. And if you go back 4 years ago, when Obama was in 2016, or matter of fact, when Trump was in,
Mm-hmm.
you would have seen the exact same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Trump sent us Ambassador Tapia. We have never had an ambassador to Jamaica that has been so outspoken and who defended the political alignments like Tapia did. So when these guys come to tell you about, oh, they're writing to State Department and they're writing to agencies, they are just championing a political cause, hedging their bets, hoping that, God forbid, the PNP comes to office and all those members of the diaspora group over there who is trying to prop up themselves will get a position to help and rake and scrape Jamaica's little bit of fortune that we have.
Mm-hmm.
To people like you guys, people like you, Nesca, people like Dr. Campbell, Dr. Nelson and others who are out there fighting. Continue to fight because Jamaica is worth fighting for. If there's ever a time that Jamaica is worth fighting for, it's now. If you never fight for Jamaica before, start fighting now. Because history is not kind to the PNP. History is not very kind to them. Because history would have proven that every single time that the JLP government builds the economy, and for whatever reason, it falls back into their hand. They have never been able to carry on with growing the country's economy. It has never happened. And you see, one of the good things I like about the direction that we have gone as commentators and as sympathizers or as members of the GLP is that we cannot and we have not gone out there to spread propaganda or to tell lies. Because the facts is so darn easy.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Facts is so potent. The facts is so much on our side that we have absolutely no reason to lie. So when I tell a man that go and do your homework, make sure you do your research, and when they come with the nonsense, you just put the facts on the table.
That as simple as that, Chopper.
It's as easy as that. Don't need to fight. I heard Chuck Finley just mention it earlier. He says he uses Google. Yes, just use Google. You could ask Dr. Rupert Francis could not even use Google to substantiate his argument about where he gets the crime statistics from.
Because it doesn't exist.
He says he's going to provide it to the public via email. Nasca, have you received your copy from Dr. Francis yet?
It doesn't exist.
You're muted, Nasca. You're muted, Nasca. You have to unmute yourself. But yeah.
No, I haven't received my copy at all in my inbox. It's quite empty.
Has anybody in the chat, has anybody on TikTok received their document from Dr. Francis yet?
No, but the other one, such man is saying that he wants to make sure that people's email address are correct because he's gonna send out some C's and desist letters. Okay?
Who?
So
look, let me tell you something. People try all kinds of tactics. People try all kinds of tactics to silence people. And one of the most effective tools to silence a person is to threaten him with lawsuit. Well, I said to him and his friend, bring it on. They know my address. Me published it in the United States already. Me only live at Georgia and Florida. Bring it on. Anytime you're ready. Them know that. So just bring it. Because I can deal with it at any level.
Yeah, is Dr. Nelson still here?
Oh, yes, Dr. Nelson is still here.
And it not only him do it, a lot of members within the party do it. Whenever they see that the place is going to turn 80 rings. So scare tactics. Yeah, not scare tactics. Jeremiah or the
hold on, what is say that again?
him try to silence people.
Hold on a second there,
see
Renz.
them picture and
Dr. Ness is asking a question. Go again. What were you
What did
saying?
What did you say a while ago about Dr. Nelson?
I want to ask you something, you see, Dr. Nelson.
Mm-hmm.
So these men came up with all these points, right? That they say this is happening, that is happening.
Mm-hmm.
All those things are unfounded, basically, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because there's a rebuttal for everything.
Right.
So they want to stage these protests and they want to go to other countries. So they want to go to Canada and they want to go to England, right?
Mm-hmm.
No. Don't you think that they would be making up, like basically these are all false claims that they want to protest on?
They want a plane ticket.
We understand. Now we understand what the fundraising is about.
Thank you.
Well, listen.
Right.
Even though.
Do you think they should be allowed? Do you think they should be allowed in those countries because it's going there to protest under false pretense?
Well, that's an interesting argument because what can happen though? But let me tell you, wherever there is democracy, people can protest for anything, you know. All they have to do is get the permit. A guy can protest about, your fence being too high, so he can't see over your fence and look at what you're doing in your yard. Right? But it doesn't mean that it's going to go anywhere. That's the beauty of democracy. You have a grouse or you have a feeling about something that you don't like. You can put up your placard, get permission from the municipalities and go out there and have your fun. It doesn't mean that it will bring you the result that you desire. But the freedom of speech is there. So it is going to get to the point where these guys are just going to have to wallow in their own mud. And at which point they might cease and desist. Because if your list that you think is a holy grail of reasons to be doing what you're doing has been debunked time and time again, over and over again, in multiple ways. I just read 3 basic points earlier that any serious organization that have problem with this government could use avenues that they can use within the Constitution, within the global laws, to hear their point and get some attention. And they are not using it. Wait I tell you, say, them not have no argument.
Say, the people in Jamaica, all of them come up and demonstrate about. Nobody in Jamaica not demonstrate about them something there.
All right, there you go.
Well, if I may, would you like me to just play, because sometimes we have these reasonings and we don't understand the basis or the origin of it. Can I just go ahead and play for you the letter that was sent to the Jamaican government?
Yeah.
You have it on audio?
Here it is. Just a second there. Because it's important. Are you guys hearing it on that side?
No.
Oh, you weren't? Okay. All right. Let me my apologies, yes, guys. I think it's important that you hear it, because a lot of persons don't even know the origin of this whole conversation. So let's.
I know the letter, you know.
I know you know the letter.
Yeah.
Jamaica's international partners to seek redress of our grievances. These international partners will include donor countries in organizations and congressional parliamentary committees. Additionally, the community has endeavored to legally and peacefully conduct protests at Jamaican government official establishments in the US, UK, and Canada and garner international media attention. Regretfully, the Jamaican government has forced the diaspora, its largest source of foreign exchange, to take these unprecedented actions in the best interest of Jamaica and its people at home and abroad. Respectfully, Dr. Rupert A. Francis, Captain. Ret. JDF, Task Force Lead.
Yeah. So that's the letter. That's the basis of their growth there. And sometimes I wonder, Dr. Francis, if it really, you know my view on it. I don't think it was written by Dr. Francis. That's number one. I don't believe he's acting on his own volition. I think he's being influenced by others. I honestly don't. I've spoken to the gentleman, and I will put my life on the line that he did not pen that letter. That's number one. And number two, I will put my life on the line that he's not doing that from the heart. He's been influenced by a bunch of folks who have other ulterior motive.
Yeah, you and I have had that discussion, you know, where I made it clear. I support what you're saying. I agree with you 100%. And right in his very presence, he was on the chat where I made this known. And I think he has been hijacked. And that was the very word I used. His organization has been hijacked. He never saw it coming. But it's one of those things that hit you, and you, for some reason, it's too late to turn back.
Go too far as to live.
You know, but you know.
Petali, you were saying something just now? No? Go ahead, Doc.
Yeah, because Dr. Francis is a man I know very well. And as I said before, we were very good friends. And that very letter, when it came out and I saw it, I was like, I hope he's not serious about this. I really hope he's not serious about this, because
there's another protest, even in Canada. I can tell you I've been there.
The protest there's going to be another one in Washington, I believe.
Yes.
So he's not done with the US yet.
So I will start to sell my t-shirt from now, guys. Make sure you buy it.
Yeah, because my hotel was not cheap enough for the 2 nights.
Raise some funds too.
To get a comfortable hotel in Manhattan, you have to dig deep,
Oh, you have to go. Yeah, man, you have to go right
now. A comfortable hotel, you have to dig deep. So we have to find some fundraisers somewhere, so we can get them tickets and
Let's prepare for Washington.
Huh?
I said, let's prepare for Washington, because
I think we should mobilize you guys again. And you guys did so well. I think if you have another 11 and 22, you show up in Washington, it is going to be a cancellation of their protest.
We have to get the diaspora thing, because I saw somewhere where it is being put together, and I was invited to join the thing, and I did join up. So we will Nazca, we will have to talk more on this. Let's stay in touch.
Yes.
Then we can keep Chopper in the loop. But seriously, we need to get a team together, start getting some funds, however we can.
Yes.
So we can do group rentals when we get a hotel.
Absolutely.
And dine together, share the same space, reason together, plan together, and go out there together. We have to
absolutely.
Yes.
Because they think that they're going to continue with this rampage out there unchallenged. They make a sad mistake, because we have allowed them for most part.
Yes.
But it's according to them, time come. We are going to put a stop to it, because
we have to. We cannot allow this to go unchecked.
But there is a demagogue behind all of this.
Yes.
A demagogue that is hungry for power.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And this demagogue is doing his thing, covertly.
Yes.
Because let me tell you, I have a friend, and I still call him a friend because that's just how I am. I give people the benefit of the doubt to sort themselves out. And this guy is in England, and he was very supportive of us, of the Labour Party. And something went wrong. He didn't get what he wanted, and he's now swinging with the demagogue. And he used to publish some of my writings in his blog, and all of a sudden he's shutting down on me. I said, it's okay, I understand what's going on. You know? So the demagogue is sending his tentacles all over the place.
But do you believe though that it's a fair argument to suggest that they are being funded by
the demagogue?
Let's just put it out there. It is my view.
I
have no evidence, but it is just my view that they are being funded by the PNP. That's just my view.
I have heard that saying, and based on what my own findings, because I'm a researcher, you know.
Yes. Well, you probably need to research. I need to read Dr. Francis's thesis on
dissertation.
Yes, his dissertation.
I'd love to see it too.
I know you're a researcher, so you should be able to find that.
You should maybe ask him.
But isn't it public record?
Send me a copy. Send me a copy, please.
Let me respond to that. Any accredited institution that you graduate from,
yes,
at the doctoral level especially, in their archive, there should be a copy of your dissertation.
But isn't it that it is published also?
No, some of them don't necessarily publish it. But the university, let me tell you, dissertations that are published are dissertations with high credit.
Right.
Or high merit.
Utilized. You're right.
Very good material.
Yes.
So the university have it, and then you can also have it, and sometimes the university itself publish your work.
Right.
Right? And they have the right to do so. But you can also get a copy of your thing and publish it wherever you want to publish it to. Make a book of it or whatever. But if your dissertation is of substance,
yes,
good material that the world can use, because you have contributed significantly to the broad band of academia, then it should be out there in the global space.
Yes.
On any search engine, especially even Google Scholar.
Yes.
You should be able to find it there.
Yes, yes.
And
yes.
if the rat is saying that he doesn't trust my qualification, he can Google me, man. And he would see not just my dissertation. He would see not just my dissertation that the university published the week after I graduated. It was out there, my dissertation, and they have it in their archives. And not only my dissertation is out there in the academic space, I have other academic research papers
out there.
Published.
So your work is out there.
I am a published doctor of education.
So let me ask you this, sir. Would you be so kind to utilize your research skill in assisting us in finding the information associated with the other doctor?
I am not going to take that job. I will respectfully decline. I do not want to be held liable.
I suspect you would.
but it's good. It's a good argument. I would love to see his research. He can go look at mine. You know, I don't have a problem with that. But I'd love to see his research that ties into this very topic at hand.
Yes.
He said he has some research in forensic psychology and
expert. He's an expert in the field.
And yes, so let us now look and see if the material exists. I have no reason to think that it doesn't. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, respectfully, but I don't think I think it is fair for people to now go and look for it. You know.
Well, NASCA Jamaica is in a very unique position now, and I want to give you a chance to tell us how you feel about Jamaica and the development that has gone on so far. And why do you think that it is so important for us to maintain state power, the JLP that is?
Hold on. Am I hearing you asking Nashka to go and look for that dissertation?
No, not at all.
Absolutely not.
No, she's got it right. She's part of your body though, so she's not she's part of your crew. She's not gonna take that job. You see, I'm putting it out in the universe because there are some great researchers.
Okay.
There are about 400 persons here watching now, and there are some great researchers among us. And I know that the fact that Dr. Nelson won't take it up or NASCA won't, I know one of the other researchers will take it up, and they'll come back with the findings.
And they can go look for mine too.
They'll come back with the findings.
I am authorizing them to go look for Dr. Nelson's
Search for the doctors, please. Look for Dr. Nelson's and look for Dr. Francis and just bring them forward so we can have a read. We might just learn a thing or two.
Yes.
You know. But in terms of fighting for Jamaica, though, folks, it is we're saying that it is more important today than ever for us to fight for Jamaica and to fight to maintain what we have.
Chopper, for the first time, I was in high school in the 90s. I lived in Jamaica in the 90s. I moved to the United States in 1999. And I stay here. I go home at least 3-4 times a year. So I understand. And I'm heavily involved down there in what happens. And throughout the 90s, throughout the early 2000s, and I can honestly, without a shadow of a doubt, in my mind say, this is the best I have ever seen my country run. This is the best. We're building infrastructure. We're sending young people to school. We're giving them skills training. People are getting pensions who never had the ability to access pensions before. We have housing being developed for everybody, not only the top, but even for low-income people, right? We have the roads. We have schools being built, STEM schools being built in Jamaica. How amazing is that? You know, we have hospitals being built. We're giving the people water. We're harvesting water we've never done before, despite all the rivers and streams that we have in Jamaica. So for now, I haven't touched on the fiscal part yet. Our ability to manage our resources now, or monetary resources, is the best I've ever seen. I remember at one point we used to say, you know, how great Mr. Siaga was at economics. But even then, comparing then to now, I have never seen it like this before. And this is why, on the upward trajectory that we're on, we cannot afford to sit back and allow the destructive gods to come in and ruin what we've built thus far. This is why we're at this critical point where it is important that every single one of us who believe in Brand Jamaica to get involved and make sure that when the time really come, we go out there and do what is best for our country. Because it's not about us anymore, you know, people. All of us on this life would have lived some level of life, and we're going on in years. But we have the young people coming up, and we have to restore and preserve Jamaica for them. This is why it's important to me. I cannot afford to stand by here and watch these people denigrate Jamaica. No, it's not acceptable, and none of us should accept that as Jamaicans.
Well said. Well said, Nazca. You know, and that's exactly why I fight the fight, right? And I intend to finish the race.
Absolutely.
You know, because you know, there's not much more I can add to what you just said. You covered all of your points thoroughly. You covered your base well, and I could hear the passion in your voice as you narrated. You know, but when people going out there to ask me how much them paying me, some kind of a wheel and come again argument, something that was leveled at him, and him tried to turn it back at me, I had to laugh. You know, it is laughable because look, and trying to pin my political aspirations to the whole, to my entire involvement and my commitment to this fight, laughable. Because at the end of the day, that's exactly where I am. It's about brand Jamaica. And I tell everybody, pull the politics aside, put everything else aside. This is the first time in our history, recorded history, as Naska just said, that Jamaica has gotten to this level, this trajectory of development across all sectors of the island. I talked to Minister of Tourism the other day in Florida, Mr. Bartlett.
Yes.
Mr. Bartlett. And he made a presentation and I had to sit back. I felt so proud. And I could see the audience just reacting with zeal, happy, zealously, to his presentation, to see where Jamaican tourism is going. And he gave the history of what happened during COVID and how Jamaica handled its tourism thing during that critical period. And visitors were still coming when everywhere else was still shut down. Jamaica was still doing business. Huh? And look at where Jamaica is now with tourism, despite all of these protests going on and this negative talk about crime and whatever in Jamaica. The people are coming in. I went to Montego Bay the other day because I was looking for a cheap ticket, to come to Jamaica. And somebody say, check Southwest Airline, man. But they're going to Montego Bay, so you're going to have to get your car and mobile and drive to Kingston. I said, well, I'll take a drive. I haven't been on the highway, that highway since it was built, so I'm going to drive. And I went to Mobile, the airline was packed. And when I could, when I look at the immigration section, people, it was loaded with foreigners. I said, look at this. And everybody was happy. We're in Jamaica, and people buying up the shirts and buying up the whatever little trinkets, Jamaica trinkets and whatever they could find that says Jamaica. I said, look at this. And I was paying attention to all of that,
Jump onto that. The State Department tried that thing the other day, they tried that thing by talking about,
We didn't have to fight. When they put that out, Jamaicans didn't have to say a word. Jamaicans didn't have to say a word.
Right?
Not a word.
And I went to Jamaica. It was Easter weekend. The Friday before, I went to Jamaica. And when I landed in Montego Bay and rounded the corner to that immigration hall, and the crowd I saw in there. And when I went outside to where the buses were, and the crowd I saw out there, everybody was like, what crowd?
And they were laughing at them.
What are you talking about?
They said, which Jamaica are they talking about?
And guess what? And guess what? They are improving the parking area. They're expanding these areas. Construction going on at the same time because
the e-gates are working too.
Yes. The e-gates were amazing.
Yes.
I went through the e-gates.
Yeah.
In no time, I was through.
Yep. The e-gates are working.
2 hours where you used to stand at the hot immigration all not happening anymore.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're moving forward. We're moving upward.
So with all that stuff that you guys are listing there, is some of the reasons, and that's some of the reasons why we have to fight to protect Jamaica. And why we have to fight is because if you were to use history as your guide, not to dwell on the history, because some people like to say, well, Chopper, you like to talk about history, no. History must be a guide, because history must prevent you from making mistakes that you would have made in the past. And Jamaica has made 2 critical mistakes that we still have not yet finalized paying for. We made a mistake in 1972 when we were growing leaps and bounds. We're growing at 18.01% in 1972. And we had a net international reserve of over $130 to $150 million at the time. Now, if you were to calculate $133 million in net international reserve, well, not net in your international reserve at the time. If you were to fast forward to 2024, that $133 million would be equivalent to what today? It's actually more than what we have in the reserve now.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't know this.
Or
So,
just
are just about the same. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that was significant money that we turned over to the PNP in 72.
And that was way back then.
And that was way back then.
So what changed? What really created that downfall?
Because of policies, bad policies. It's just, let me tell you, other people, you know, the PNP in the 70s did not go into the Bank of Jamaica or go into the government coffers and cash out the money and put them in pocket and run away with it. You know, they didn't do that. Nobody could accuse them of stealing money. They didn't.
You know
Nobody
what that reminds me
any
of?
evidence that they stole money.
You know what that reminds me of? Chopper. Let me put a little humor in this piece right here. You know what that reminds me of?
No.
You remember the Easter bun commercial with Boise?
Oh, like a piece, like a piece, like a piece.
And it
done.
If I pray out.
But that's the truth. We did not. There is absolutely no evidence in the 70s that the Michael Manley government stole money. I don't have any evidence of that. What I know we have evidence of is that they had created policies that depleted the reserve and deplete the growth and development that the country have. We have that evidence, and nobody can question or contest that. It is there. Histories have it. That you receive an economy growing, and by 1974, the country was broke. And we know that it was because of bad policies.
Yeah,
we know
that. And it was because of bad policies, but it was also a chopper because of poor leadership or ignorance.
Poor leadership and bad policies pretty much goes hand in hand.
Ignorance. No, they're separate. Because you can't have good leadership and do bad policies too. But when you have both working in conjunction with each other, then you have disaster.
Because if you have good leaders, usually may create good policies.
Sometimes the policy intention is good.
Yes. Well, again,
something else happened to throw you off your equilibrium that you did not expect.
Right. Well, we didn't have any disaster except for the oil crisis that we had. But we did create some policies.
But this is why, Chopper. Sorry to cut you, but this is why I'm coming to a point.
Yes.
On this topic here. This is why, going forward, I am urging the Jamaica Labour Party at the highest levels to start seriously looking at the qualifications of persons coming into office or aspiring for serious leadership role within the government. And I'm talking about making sure that councillors can not just barely read and write, but have some basic qualifications to go after the job that they're aspiring for, or to be able to handle these jobs. To be a councillor is a responsibility that is not a secret. You are going to be responsible for certain things within the municipalities of which you are aspiring for. Are you equipped to handle these things?
You know, Dr. Nelson, I'm gonna say something to you. I'm gonna put this to you as raw as I can.
Yes.
Did you know that a majority of the mismanagement or misappropriation of funds in this country were not conducted by individuals who are at the lower level in terms of their academic qualifications?
Okay.
Did you know that a significant amount of the country's resources that has been depleted by sticky fingers were mostly the ones who are educated?
Yeah. I would not be surprised.
Just me.
But what that is telling us now, that that is telling us now that within every facet
that
you can think,
There's an element.
There are anomalies.
Yeah.
So what you do then? Your policies going forward would have to reflect the necessary mechanisms that will plug these holes.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's something that you also have to think about, Dr. Nelson. Because while you look at strengthening the qualifications of representatives, and I think it's a good idea because you really
we should be mandatory. It should be mandatory.
Yeah, and you should have it as it stands now. The Constitution, the Jamaican Constitution, and the political Constitution doesn't give rise to that because really it's a basic requirement to become a member of Parliament. Very basic. You have to be a Jamaican. You have to be at a particular age. They didn't ask you if you can read and write. A matter of fact, when the Jamaican Labour Party was founded and the first election that we had, one of the candidates or two of the candidates weren't able to read. Isaac Barron was just a simple man who loaded truck from Portland to downtown Kingston. Never know how to read. The first was a minister.
Different era now.
One of our ministers at the time couldn't read. I think they had a council around him because he was elected official. And the Constitution did not give anybody else the right to handle funds except him. But he could read and write. So they put a council of leaders around him to assist him and to guide him and to tell him what to say and how to operate.
So he was going around with a school around him.
Yeah, pretty much. But you see, we are operating in a different era where we have to lift the standard. And I agree with you.
Yeah,
I think the standard has to be.
And I think it's just very basic and fair if we're going to be competing on the global front, and we're going to have our representative represent us, not just within the sphere of our country's boundaries, but outside of the country. We have to move with the waves of the times.
I think both political parties would sign off on something like that. You know why? Because it prevents them, NASCA, from having such difficulty sometimes when they have to be struggling as to who will speak or who is allowed to speak. Like on both political parties, they have to be restricting people because you don't have enough credible or not. I don't even want to use the word eloquent speakers, but qualified speakers that can speak on the issues without not, sounding like you're just out of whack.
And it has a lot of implications too, because I know of cases where councillors get contract and the contractor was able to manipulate the councillor because the councillor don't know the numbers.
Yes.
But guys, let's take it even on a more basic level. The people which they represent, there are young people in those communities who should be able to look up to these people, and they should be able to guide these people because they're leaders within the community. And in order to be leaders and in order to guide young minds and guide young people for all the common cause that we're looking for to uplift our country and growth and development, we have to have people in place who are able to motivate others and to act as people we can respect.
That is true.
So that's one of the reasons why I always say it's time to level up. It's time to level up the people that represent us at that level.
And you know why it is? It's a good timing too, Dr. Nelson. It's a very perfect timing. Why? Because the access to education is extremely, it's out there, it's everywhere. And the fact
are you saying that automatically we won't have to worry about that anymore?
No, because the truth is, I'm assuming that the access is so great now that even if you have a candidate who has a desire to serve and who the community loves, and the guy or the girl is good at what they do in the community, I think it is the responsibility of the party as well is to invest in these individuals or encourage them to invest in themselves because the opportunity is there.
And
if you find a guy who has a vested interest in getting involved in politics and you realize that he's behind the 8 ball where his academics is concerned, then point him in the direction.
Hear my answer to that. And you're thinking just like me, Chopper.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they say handsome guys think alike, you know.
Thank you very much, sir.
Here one of the ideas that I have. I'm not in public office, but one day I think I will. And one of the ideas I have, which I'll put out here, it's okay. As a member of parliament or a leader of government, I believe that there should be a provision given to such a leader, an MP, a councillor, to have a couple of young people who shadows them. In other words, you're in your office as a member of parliament and you have a young man and a young woman, aspiring politicians that you will train. They will watch you to see what you do, how you operate. And maybe they can even accompany you into the parliament to see how the procedures go.
Mm-hmm.
And after a few years in office with you, they see what you do, they do it. And it's a check and balance initiative as well. You see where I'm getting at?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, doctor, that is part and parcel of succession planning, which we haven't been very good at.
Exactly, we haven't been very good at it. But you know, you touched something there, Doc. You touched something earlier that I wanted to pivot to go back to that for a minute. You mentioned, I think it was Dr. Nelson who mentioned the politician who is not that academically inclined, who the agency head could manipulate in terms of how things, go. And that brings me to the point I raised earlier when I with somebody else, when I said the country now has a $1.3 trillion budget, but I don't think we have the entities in place to implement it. So while the government does all that it needs to do to bring the funds in and do a very good job at allocating the funds, you will, the people, the actual people who need to benefit from that,
are there holes in the bucket?
Will never really see the benefit. Not because government not doing what they're supposed to do, not because the member of parliament are not effective, not because the councillors can't read and write, but because the entities, who in most cases have the higher qualification people, but they are unable to implement the project so that people can benefit. So the truth is, guys, if we really research this thing, Dr. Nelson, and look at it, look at the intricacies of how government works, the biggest problem in Jamaica today is not government, it's not
accountability.
It's the entities. There's no system in place to say to NWA that the government put the money in there and we need the roads to be fixed and we need them to be fixed now. If you have the money, which is the 90% of your problem in solving is the money. You have the money.
But the government is doing a great job. Let us big up Dr. Clark and the Prime Minister.
Yes.
And all of the people who are working with them. They're doing a fantastic job in bringing the money together and or making provision for the money to come.
Yes.
Because the highway, the wraparound highways and the infrastructure that's happening, that is going to lead to more commerce, more logistics, and the flow of these in a more efficient way. In the short, mid, and long term, all of this is forthcoming. And so when we go to the report card, that I call it, when our elected officials are now tied to this quarterly report, where you show me what you did with the monies allocated to your constituency in this quarter, what kind of a contract you have pending, how much monies are being paid out to the contractor. Show me the receipts. Now you have to do your own accounting, statutory calculations, and all the rest of the stuff that Dr. Clark is very familiar with in his office. We're going to have similar things happening at the lower level of governance to ensure this kind of accountability is consistent.
But
Checks and balances.
I think you would be searching in the wrong hole, if you ask me, for lack of a better word. Because the truth is, when it comes to accountability, for example, a member of parliament gets $20 million for CDF.
Mm-hmm.
And that $20 million is pretty much fixed as to how it is utilized. Because I think a lot of Jamaicans don't understand that $20 million, when you get it, the government stipulates how it is spent.
Mm-hmm.
There's some deviation. You could write a letter to ask that you move this from here to there. So there's a little, but it's $20 million. It's not more than that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how much road can you fix with 20 million? You can sit in a car on a piece of spreadsheet and you can put that list together.
Uh-huh.
The entities really are the ones who implement those programs. It's not really the member of parliament.
Well,
there are other funding.
There lies a problem. Because the question of how those entities arrive at those numbers now comes into focus.
You know what I think a more effective thing what we really need to go. No, but on a serious note,
yes,
because it is easier to implement CDF than any other funding, right? I believe that if you want to get more done in the communities, and whether you want to look at it from a political standpoint or just pure good governance, is to increase CDF. $20 million cannot do anything at all. So if you really want to get the politicians active and to get them to do things and to get more out of them, give them the money. Because you can't hold a politician accountable for $20 million. $20 million is nothing.
But listen to this other twist to the whole thing now. Another angle from which to look at this. When you become a member of parliament, you also have the liberty of the fundraising, right? Or to try and get funding from sources, of course, working with your government, with your party. There are financial sources out there that you might be able to tap into.
Grants and all that stuff, yeah.
Right. I saw Edwin Allen I didn't see him do it, but I know he did because I did his research on him, and he was a close friend of my family. And when he got the job as Minister of Education back in 1962, when everything just opened up and he became the first minister after independence, there was no money in the kitty. But the World Bank at that time was offering grants to these islands that just got independence, got their independence and free from colonialism, quote unquote, and now on their own.
Right.
The World Bank was giving monies towards economic development and agriculture. And Mr. Allen saw an opportunity and he took advantage of it by writing to them and say, hey, hold up a little bit here. Thank you for the money for agriculture and thank you for money towards our economic development. But don't you think it would be prudent if you or can you take it a little further and add education to this grant so we can train the farmers how to spend the money to farm? And the World Bank convened a meeting over Allen's letter and they unanimously agree with the man's argument. And then Jamaica at that point got the first ever grant towards education from the World Bank. So you see, your MP again now, with the headpiece, Allen was a very intelligent man.
Yes.
So when you have your leaders now who can think outside the box
and can capitalize on what exists in the international space.
And possibilities, exactly.
Yes.
Then that's another avenue through which funding can be attained. So at the end of the day, education works.
Oh yeah, it does. It does. I have no doubt about that. But I'm just looking at what really is going to happen, because with $1.3 trillion budget and a significant part of it, well, not a significant part of it, but a major project like the Spark program, which is now doling out what? $40 billion. And I don't think a single road has been started from the Spark program yet. And we are in the fifth month of the year.
And the money is given out.
We are getting closer to half the year.
Interesting.
So tell me, which road is going to be completed from the Spark program by December? Probably none. And even if they were to cut through the bureaucracy now, at this stage, you have 63 constituencies and all 63 members of parliament, be it PNP or JLP, got their $150 million. Now, how much road can be done during that period of time, given the limited amount of contractors you have, given the amount of development taking place now, given the bureaucracy that exists? We don't have a czar who is going to step in and who has the authority to say, hey, don't go through that process. Forget about that process. Go this direction. There's nobody who have that power.
And to prioritize which roads get fixed.
Exactly. You have two MPs who borders one road. And this is something I've seen so many times. Two MPs border a road. And one MP gets an allocation, he fixes a part of the road. And the other MP who gets the same allocation fix somewhere else while that road sits. Who is going to coordinate when you have these sort of situations, both allocation come into one, fix the damn road and get it out the way? Who is going to coordinate that? And what I've seen now, which is of concern to me, is it seems like government is bowing or accepting that there is a bureaucracy and there's nothing they can do about it. Even the process of breaking up the bureaucracy that exists in government that is hampering productivity, even the very process itself doesn't seem to me like it's being expedited. For example, there are some things that I saw Dr. Clark announced recently in Parliament to change certain laws. It needs somebody who is going to, we have to appoint somebody who will be vested with the powers to walk the documents through the various stages. Walk them through and say, get this done, stop this, move on, go.
Yep.
If you don't get to that stage, you are going to have a $1.3 trillion budget, and by the end of the financial year next year, a significant amount of it goes back in the consolidated fund while people still suffer.
I am optimistic that this government will find a way to navigate those corridors and move forward. And discussions like these, contribute to or shed some more light on some of these little caveats that we need to deal with. But then again, it requires, as you rightly say, some serious thinking and maybe some constitutional shifting or some policy changes, that don't necessarily require a whole lot of time to do some common sense working, But one thing is certain, though, this government doesn't have a lot of time left before the next election to get quite a lot of things done.
There you go. There you go. And if you're going to use getting things done to wow people to the poll, then you are further behind the eight ball.
No. Yeah. It's not an if. It's not an if, Chopper. This last election has put a mandate on the government now. This last election was a clear indication that if you want to maintain this thing, there are certain fundamental measures that must be done.
Well, again, that is also debatable, because I tell you what, this last election is a case study.
Yes.
It is something for college students and people who have political interest to really sit down and study.
And because it's not just a case study. It's not just a case study. It's a clear indication of where the people's mindsets are and why. And it also gives those who are paying attention a clear mandate that they can work with going forward. The reasons why the election ended up the way it did is not a secret. And if you're paying attention, you will be able to do the math. And you will be able to proportionately put all of these reasons where they belong, in their rightful corners and places. Whether it was individuals that caused it, MPs that were not pulling their weight, or councillors that were not pulling their weight, MPs not doing it so the councillor get blamed, and so people didn't support the councillor for what the MP did or did not do. There are a lot of little caveats.
But let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
That made us end up where we are, where that is concerned.
Let me ask you this though, because there are several instances, NASCA, where government would have performed or even overperformed in some instances. Government would have delivered the service. Government would have done what is necessary. Not in all cases, but I'm speaking to some specifics now. And even with that high level of service delivery, whether on a macro or a micro level, but people did not go to the polls, or people demand money, physical cash in hand, to go to the poll. Even though government would have fulfilled their obligations by allocating funds, resources, whether through PATH or whatever programs, people get a house. You can't get no better than that. You could never get any better than you given a house with the key, turnkey, cut ribbon with the prime minister. And on the election day, you say, you have to give me a thing to go vote. How do you put that into the mix, Nesca?
Boy, I don't have an answer to that, Chopper, because as someone who was physically there on the ground during the elections, working directly with the people, trying to get them out, it was hard. It was really hard, despite everything that the government has done. It was not enough. Certain people, boy, boss, me not see nothing, me not get nothing, me not know what go on. Because once again, the information is not into the communities. The man on the ground don't understand exactly what is going on, what is there to benefit them, how can they access these benefits. And some of them are just not interested. And the fact is, this didn't happen overnight. It has been happening over decades, where this voter apathy is just, boy, I'm in the politics thing, and boy, I'm in our vote, and they don't understand how important their votes into how their country is run. And until we educate them, I don't know how we're going to do it. We have to meet them at their level. We have to go into the community clubs. We got to go into the youth clubs. We got to go into the schools. These are the service clubs that's around the place. We have to go there and start to teach these people how their votes affect the governance of their country. And it's crucial. It's crucial that we do that now. We saw where the Prime Minister started going into the high schools. And I dare say we need to go further than that. We need to take it to the elementary, or what we call the primary schools, and start there, because these people must understand. We must have the next generation understand that it is imperative that when the time comes to make a decision about how your country is run, that you have the right people and you're equipped not only with the knowledge, but with the ability to think about it thoroughly and make the right decision based on what you see happening, and not based on somebody come and giving you $5,000 in your hand and say, go and go do a thing for me. Because when you're done and the $5,000 done, by the time you go down the road, what's going to happen? Tomorrow you're crying, so you're pitting hungry, and somebody want to go to school, and boy, I may have a prescription for fill for $30,000 and I'm going to have it. So we have to. It's important that we go out and we educate them and we let them understand, listen, this is not a joking time. This is serious time we're dealing with, and we need to do serious things. That's my take on it.
Listen to me, man. The lady covered the bases.
Oh, hold on, the base she covered. And I was about to say to you that she covered the bases. But my argument to you is, some of those exact bases that Nesca spoke about were covered in some cases. But the persons did not go to vote. What happened? They didn't go vote. The bases were covered. They got the service. They were educated. They know the issue. They are not dunce people. They are bright people. They did not go to vote. What's the problem, Dr. Nelson?
And this is where your case study now, as a researcher now.
Yes.
You have to now conduct your case study and answer with an intention to answer that very question.
Yes.
Because when people become complacent, right, and don't get involved in major activities such as voting, then you have a component that you have to deal with. You have to figure it out, right, and address it via, specific methodology. A lot of education is needed there, and sometimes it is tied to community anomalies and mindsets. So you have a multifaceted beast looking at here.
Dr. Nelson, I want you to break this down for me. I want you to break this down. Help me. I need your help. I need your help. You don't have no money. You're poor, according to you. Pauperized. Nothing go on. You struggle. The politician come and promise you. The politician get to office. Him lobby the government. The government come and build your house. The government didn't give you some material, The government dig out a foundation, build your house, put on roof on it, put up big balloon, carry the prime minister come from Kingston, cut ribbon, give you key, turn on light, put in a house. You know what more education you need in your brain to tell you that the system work for you.
Chopper, I will answer that for you in a very comical way, in a simple way.
Yes.
You see?
Yes.
If you take a pig, and I'm not calling people pig, and you bathe him, put on a necktie and a jacket on him, right?
Yes.
And him see mud, him going to go right back into it because he's still a pig. You hear me? So where are we now? Where are we now?
Listen.
We have to now find... Yes, go ahead, sweetheart.
I was saying there's some people that we are just not going to catch. There's some people who are who they are,
they are so far
and they're
gone.
not going to. You could have give them the world.
Yes,
thing is wrong, and until we can find what is
wrong, Chopper.
Yes.
What is wrong is mindset. That's what I'm trying to say here. And when some horses, as they would say in old time Jamaicans say, you can't, when the tree get too old, you can't bend it again. Sometimes the mindset is so far gone or messed up that as my friend here, I'm sorry, Nascar just said a while ago, there's nothing you can do for that one, And I use the analogy of the pig just to bring that same point across. We have to know, well, the Prime Minister has started this, the government has started this, Ministry of Education has started this, which is the civics for young Jamaican is now back in the school system, and I'm happy for that. I was one of the early persons advocating for that, and I know it's back.
You remember when it was removed?
Yes.
And you remember why it was removed?
Listen, man, don't give me no belly ache at this time of the night, Chopper. I still vex. I still vex, But the point I'm making is this. We will skip a few generations, unfortunately. Some of these people, you can't change them, put it simply, because they are so far gone, right? But we still, the land is green and the sun shineth still, right?
Yes.
So we just have to work with the younger ones now, put all the educational components where they need to be, make sure the professionals do their work as prescribed, and monitor this thing closely to our chest so that we bring our people out of this rut of ignorance. Because that's what it comes down to. Raw ignorance.
I agree with that.
No. Old time Jamaica say you bring the cow go to the water, but you can't force him to drink, you know.
But Neska, you understand where my frustration is, because there is a problem.
Yes.
There's a problem.
Oh, absolutely.
You ask government to work. You ask government to do what is right. You ask government to make your life better. He did. Government did that.
I see a question on your screen here. Chopper, I see a question on your stream here from Mr. Swaby. Chopper, ask Doc what can be done when one disrespect the national flag in a next country. My brother, that is high treason, you know.
What is the penalty for treason in Jamaica under the law?
I'm not going to answer that question any further because I will not incriminate myself.
I'm just simply asking a question. And if you're treacherous under the law,
seriously, we have to figure out if there is any legal ramification for persons who do that kind of thing, and how do you prove, that their action is treasonous? At what stage of the game does it become treasonous? I hope he's listening.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still there.
Because it is primarily unpatriotic. From my perspective, I think it's treasonous, and I'm sure there are some ways to look at it. If not, we need to have ways to look at it, and it might be something that needs to be tabled.
But again, Doc, it goes back to education.
Mm-hmm.
We are not thoroughly educated on the symbolism of our oh boy, did we just lost each other? On our national emblems.
Yes.
We see it. We see it at home. We're taking the flag. We wrap our cars with it. We do all these things with the flag, and we don't understand. The respect that should be given to our national emblems. It comes back to education. Yes. Exactly. And that is where civics again come in, where we have to teach these kids coming up now so that they understand. I mean, now you see the Americans do it, but you think when we start going to school in America, they teach you America is the best country in the world. It doesn't matter what you think to them or how bad they have it here. It's the best country in the world. And we have to bring that to our people and let them understand. You think anybody can tell me anything about Jamaica here? You're crazy. But we have to let other people know. And other people get to understand.
That is
Dr.
true.
Gone? Yeah.
No, man, he's back. I think he's back. No, hold on a second. Look, my phone probably just went out there for a second. But Nazca, I have some serious concern, because when you reach that level where, I'll give you one example. Look at the flight that came in with the Indians just recently, right? And the government system picked up that there were members of that flight that were of questionable character and perhaps should not have been given permission to come into Jamaica.
Yeah.
So it means, therefore, that the system that government has worked, right? The system that government have in place to look for these things, it actually work. But nobody sees it that way. If an internal audit is done at NWC or at NSWMA or at NWA, and it finds certain discrepancies, they start to blame government. But no, it's the government who put the system in place to identify these things. So when the system works, don't cost government. You must give government credit.
Chopper, Mr. Swaby is asking about non-gata. Non-gata speaks to
non-gata?
Yes, it speaks to what the foreign, what the country can do.
To expat.
Yes, the country can kick you out of them place,
Yes.
And when it comes to that about the non-gata thing. But what we need to do, Mr. Swaby, the government of Jamaica might want to consider having dialogue with other countries in the world to see how they can look at this non-gata factor and how we can apply to some of these very things that we're talking about. At which level that you you take action against a dissident from another country coming on your ground to disrespect them country because they think they're safe or they think they can do it and get away with it.
True, because America is founded on that basic principle.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't remember how America came about. America came about because they were not willing to be governed.
Yes.
So
And they run away from France and England and farm
it's the
America.
rogue people who live in America. You know?
The rogue.
They don't want the rules. You know. So people understand. They're not going to fight against that stuff. They say, hey, do whatever you want. Freedom, the land of the brave, the home of the free. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But we are in a quagmire, if you ask. I don't know how we're going to get out of it.
It's not difficult to get out of it, Chops. But what's going to happen is, and let's look at this seriously now.
Yes.
We have a multifaceted dilemma. And for the first time in our history, since independence, we have a government that is serious about addressing Jamaica's ills at every level, right? And at every possible means. This government is just 8 years old. And some of the issues that we have, you see, will have to be addressed over generations.
Yes.
Well, America is over what? Almost 400 years old.
And them still assault them.
And them still assault them. Them still try to fix them democracy.
You see, so we have to get to the point, right, where we get the people to understand that it's not an overnight show. And that
but you see, those that are out there, those who are out there opposing the government would like for us to think that all the ills that are going on now started in 2016.
Yes.
And it's up to us to constantly put it out there that no, this didn't happen in 2016. This started a while ago. It's like they talk about this crime monster and this murder rate as if,
it started
all of a sudden.
But
it started in 2016.
Good point. But more importantly, I hear you and I agree with you 100%. But what I think is the most critical thing, even more so than what you just mentioned, is how we get the people's mindset to shift, how we get the people to understand that which I said earlier, that Rome was not built in a day. And not because this government is in office now for 8 years means that they should have the answer to every little thing right now. We have to show the people how policy works. Policy drafted, policy implemented, the time factor that it takes before this becomes effective, what is long-term, mid-term, and short-term accomplishments.
Doc, how we get them to understand that? We go to them and meet them where they are in their communities. No, go there and talk highfalutin language to them. Go there and sit on the corner if we have to do that with them.
Yes.
And talk about it man to man, because that's the only way.
And this is what I do a lot.
We're going to get somebody to understand.
Yes, because you have to educate them at their level. You have to go there and work with them. And that is what I do a lot, But that is where the real crux of the matter is. Getting the
That's where the bulk of the work is.
Yes. That's it right there. We have to
get them to understand. And we have to be committed to do that work.
And the next thing what we have to also do, come back to what we talked about earlier, is the accountability bit, where when a guy gets some money to fix a road, he get the right people to do the job and don't bring in brethren them who don't know what them are do.
But who gets that work? Who gets that money? Who gets that job? Who's responsible for that stuff?
Okay, we need to categorize all of what you just asked, Chopper. You asked about 4 questions in one, right there. So we need to now say, okay, the money coming from Ministry of Works, who does it go to? The councillor?
The money doesn't come from Ministry of Works. Let's say, for example,
I'm just using a scenario here. Where it's coming from? I'm just drawing a scenario. So it's coming from Ministry of Works. Let's say for argument's sake, that's where it's coming from. Who does it go to? Okay, when it goes to this person, does this person sign off a document to say, I have received X amount? Fine. Now, who will the contractor be? Does the contractor bring to the table his license, his experiences?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And his competence for
Oh
this
yeah.
job?
Oh
Fine.
yeah. Oh yeah.
Does that contract have written in it a warranty clause that
Yes.
this contractor can sign
All of
off
that is
and
there.
agree?
All of that is there.
So why is it then
Uh-huh.
that a piece of road fixed 6 months ago, and by my understanding, because I know a lot about construction, you know, my family, my daddy built bridges and roads. We work on all my life as a youth. So I know for parochial road, the warranty on that is about a 5-year period.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And for other roads like major highways, it goes up to about 15 years before any problem started. And if it start mash up before that time, then you know who they on them own. Because you sign the contract and your warranty is also there in the clause.
Mm-hmm.
But but most people maybe are not being held accountable. And then
But
people
you
get
see,
in.
let me tell you what I think is wrong, Dr. Nelson. A lot of people, a lot of persons are of the view that when these things happen, the politicians are involved or the politician knows about it. The politicians are far removed from this process.
Mm-hmm.
Far. Mm-hmm. The system is so structured to take politicians out of it or to prevent politicians from touching it. Mm-hmm. Not give the $20 million that is assigned to CDF. The politicians don't have full control as to where it goes. Mm-hmm. So I'll give you an example. Let's say the Prime Minister recognized that we're in the month of May and we expect to have heavy rains. And as such, we need to go on an extensive drain cleaning program. So the Prime Minister said, I'm going to give each member of Parliament $25 million to clean drains within their constituencies. And people will sit at their house and hear the Prime Minister make that announcement. The print media will carry it, and persons say, yes, the MP get $25 million. So therefore, if I go to his office tomorrow, he has $25 million locked away in a drawer, and he can take out $5 million and give me, or he can take out $1 and give me.
Yeah, man.
That's how some people really look at it, to be honest.
Yeah, man.
That is not.
Why not?
So when government allocate these funds, it usually stipulates to the MP how it is spent. Mm-hmm. And which agency can implement such funding. In that regard, if it is drain cleaning, more than likely it's going to be NWA. Mm-hmm. That's the implementing agency. Mm-hmm. So NWA would go with the Member of Parliament to look at what drains, because the Member of Parliament only job in this process now is to identify where the drains are, which ones need to be cleaned. And he would, whether he by himself or I'm using operatives within his constituency, to go with the NWA guy and say, here is drain 1, drain number 2, drain number 3, drain number 4, no need no cleaning, clean drain number 6, and him highlight that. Document it, put a bill of quantity together to determine how much money is going to be spent. But a 40 million you get, 25 million you get, you will have to create enough work to fulfill that 25 million. And he did that. Put the requisite documentation together. Who needs to sign off, sign off. The politician, again, is out of the loop. Because while NWA could possibly ask the MP to suggest 3 individual contractors who have the expertise to clean drain, the equipment and the expertise. NWA can ask the Prime Minister, the MP, to suggest. And when those names are suggested to NWA, it is NWA who is going to decide which one of the 3 or of the 4 that gets the contract. Again, the MP has nothing to do with that process. And when that individual go out there and do the work, right? The MP has nothing to do with the process of payment either. NWA and the contractor are the two who deal. Where do you think we're having the problem? We're having the problem because the entities that is vested with the power to monitor and to verify and to quantify and to make sure that the actual value for money is given. The entities are the ones who fail.
They're
Politicians
dropping the ball.
do nothing but woodwork.
Say another word.
Have no engineering skills. Him
Yes.
don't know the thickness of concrete nor asphalt. Him don't know nothing about it. The only purpose the politician play is to act as a conduit or as a link between the various forces, and he represents the interest of the people. So
And
a lot
guess
of
what?
times people go out there and make politicians look like them important in the grand scheme of things. They are not.
So the politician is the one who get the basket to carry water.
We carry the speed, and they really don't. But you see, the problem too, is that politicians cause it on themselves, because a lot of times, like the ministers, they get involved in things that they have no business getting involved in. It is not their forte. For example, something happened in the ministry of health, and you are the health minister. Your job is to gather, and I'll give you just a typical example, to gather the expertise around you. Let them speak. In America, when something happens in an area, the politician call every agency that has something to do with it. I said, tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock, I have a press conference. I need you, I need you, I need you, and I need you. All on the come stand up around me. And all I am going to do as a politician is go there and make a speech and say, and we'll hear from the chief of the fire chief, and the fire chief come and talk because he's the expert. The police chief come and talk because he's the expert. In our jurisdiction, the politician tries desperately to be the guy who knows everything. And in most cases, they don't know a damn thing. And that's just the truth.
And you know something, Chopper? I think you just read the pages of the book of the problems.
Yes.
The book with the problems. You just outlined the book of problems. And you know the situation that need to be addressed at multiple levels. Because you're right. I have nothing more to add to that. But here where the politician, where I blame this politician now, who get that basket to carry water. What did you do, or what have you done about this whole thing from your position with the powers that you have in your hand as the people's representative? What do you do when scenarios like this face you? How do you go forward? How do you vindicate yourself? What leverage do you have? Right? At your disposal.
They don't come out and say it, Doc. They're not going to come out and say, hey, I have nothing to do with it.
I know they're not going to do it, which is why because if they do so, it is going to show up their flaws.
Yes.
So what do you do now as the man in the hot seat who they give that basket to and say, go catch water, man?
You know what I would do? And I've said this several times, and people say, boy, you can't get no seat for running if I say you think. You wouldn't get a seat for running. I say, well, that's fine. Because I would be honest with the people and tell the people that, look, that's not my job. But my job is to tell you who is responsible for that.
No,
I agree with you, Chopper, 100%. And as the people take on this thing, I just simply said, this is not my job. I don't know, but here is where you can go.
Here is who you go to, and I have the power.
No, that is different.
I have the power, I have the power to summon the person who's in charge and say, come here. I am having a town hall meeting tomorrow.
There you go.
And you, NWA, Mr. NWC, you need to get a town hall meeting and you need to tell the people where they don't have the water. You tell them, because I don't know. You tell them.
There you go. There you go.
They have to show up.
So you, the MP now, if you were not smart enough to know where your power lie and how to execute your power, then you're dep on your own.
You know who on the problem? Because me am a water expert. Me no water.
You deserve to
tell you why
have
you
the
don't have no water.
basket. You
But me
deserve
can
to
tell
have the
you
basket.
that the guy who has the answer to your water problem, I am going to coordinate a meeting here tomorrow. And
Your
all
job
of us
is to be the antagonist. Your job is to be the antagonist.
Yes, you better be here, and you better tell the people why they don't have the water, and you better tell the people why me lobby my government to give me $20 million to fix the roads. The money has been allocated, and over a year the road has not been fixed. You come tell the people. I'm not going to take the blame for it. So that's the difference between me and the average politicians. I'm not my own problem because it's not my problem.
So the moral of the lesson, Chopper, is simply this. You take a job.
Yes.
You better know your job description.
Thank you very much. You must know your job description. Sometimes the politicians take on things that is absolutely not there. Enough for them. Look here, you ever listen to how the permanent secretary just walk around scotch-free in Jamaica? And those son guns who spend the country's money, they're accountable to nobody. The minister go out and get beaten night and day, and the minister don't know a damn thing. Have no expertise in the field.
Chopper, I'm going to give you a scenario. This is very good conversation. I'm loving it. My phone is dead. I'm going to have to plug it in again to charge it up. I'm so engrossed in the conversation. But listen to this. I have a friend who had an experience with a permanent secretary. And because my friend refused to comply to some demands of this permanent secretary, which was not ethical, which was bordering on illegal, my friend was relieved of the position that my friend held. You know, and I'm just drawing that scenario to kind of support your argument, what you're saying. There are, problems at every level, of the scale. At every level of the scale, there are problems or the possibility for problems. Now, when my friend told me that, I said, this doesn't sound right. I say, what did you do wrong? Doc, I didn't do anything wrong. I say, no, something not right here. What were you asked to do? And when my friend told me what they were asked to do, I said, yeah, sure. She said, yes, Doc. And it just brought that, what you just said a while ago just brought me back to remembering this discussion with my friend. And I'm saying now, in every facet of governance, the book of rules, the regulatory structures that's applicable to whichever divisions of governance, you see, often come under scrutiny because when certain things don't work, and a lot of these things get messed up and people get away with it because there are no factors or no factions, I should say, that's challenging them or confronting them on certain measures and holding them accountable. The average man in the street, in the community, the constituency, doesn't have the power to do that. But your member of parliament now have the license to be, as I said earlier, the antagonist for you.
Yes.
To go out there and say, okay, my constituency is lacking in this, We don't have no water for so long. You know what I did the other day, Chopper? I was in Jamaica about 3 weeks ago now. And as I drove into Frankfield town, come out of my car and everybody hail me up and I go hug up some of the old people that me know a long time. And when I hug them up, I squeeze a little $10 in one of them hand, Because I can't make everybody see me do it. Because I have $10 to get the whole town. And the people them start saying, Doc, Lord of mercy, we don't have no water, Doc. We don't have no water. And I say, what's going on? I know it's a water bad, but what's happening? He said, from 4 days ago, it gone all together now. We used to get little tricklings here and now we're not getting none. I said, what the MP? I said, why we not see him from how long? I said, so with the council, I said, oh, that mercy, so we don't know. So a couple of guys were there that I know. And they came over to me and said, Doc, you know the place? I said, yes, I'm here. What do I do? Doc, we could go have a drink now, man. I said, it's too early for drink, man. We have a bigger problem here. I want you to come with me. Go pick up your shovel and some tool and let us go to Kata. Kata is where the water sources that feed Frankfield and its surrounding community. But Kata is a task, is a hike, I should say, to get to. And I totally forget, say, boy, going to Kata means having good boots, having insect repellents, and all of these things. So I went to Kata unprepared when I took the journey. Because I was in the spirit, I just landed, the people were crying, and they were looking to me for some help. So I went. Long story short, we found Kata, and that was me going to Kata 40 odd years after my first visit there. I went there as a schoolboy on a school hike, and the place is in a state of disrepair. A tree dropped down and broke off the one little water line that was still bringing some water to the town. And that was why the flow was totally cut off. So we did what we could to fix it, and we patched it up. Now, I said all of that just to say this. I took some steps to informing the authorities about all of that. And I am waiting now to, when I go back to Jamaica, to confront certain people about the email that I sent. Because, you know, I spoke to one individual and I got a response, yes. But the others, I don't hear back from them yet. People them call them a phone, I tell them straight up, the most I can do when I come back, I go follow up on this thing. And so, look, when an elected official fail to know or to carry out their mandates within the confines of their duty, these are some of the things that, you know, that happens, and this is where you get the blame for not doing your work, and people start to hate you, and people don't want to see you anymore, right? Because they don't have no water, and you're not there to help them.
True.
But as you rightly say, it is not the job of the MP. It's the National Water Commission.
Your job is to really know who's responsible for what, so you can hold them accountable.
And then and then you become like that Dr. Nelson now, when you go to the source of the problem, understand the problem, document your findings.
Yes.
And when you bring it to them, them don't have no excuse.
No excuse. Look, and I said it many times. I've had that position for years, and some people say, "Boy, you couldn't run a seat." I said, "No, not my job. It's not my job to go in my pocket and pay your light bill and pay your doctor bill. It's not my job, because the government have agencies and resources and initiatives to deal with that. My only job as an MP is to direct you or to assist you in getting what government already put in place for you. So where some people get it wrong is because they have set a precedent with them going in their pocket and try to be all things to all men. While the system does sit there and idle.
And they don't educate the people as to the description of their job.
Exactly.
They don't have the town hall meetings that you rightly suggest earlier, where they can engage the citizens.
Yeah, I mean, the entities come and talk. You
document the problem.
You're on the people side, you know.
Yes.
You're a part of the people. You're the voice of the people.
Yes.
So if there's no water in the area, you don't need to make up no story to cover up for NWC. You need to march down to, as an MP, I would march at the office of the NWC tomorrow morning. I don't give a damn about party affiliation. I grab my people and I'm marching down there with them.
And that is what you get elected for.
Exactly.
And the thing is, they have conditioned these people over so many decades to think that they have that power, the MPs. That now they find themselves in a position where they can't tell the people no. And the people don't understand how it works.
They create that problem on themselves. And even the ministers, they created a problem where the permanent secretary, who is the real what you call it, chess player, the real
the ringmaster.
Ringmaster. They are the real ringmaster. But
demigod. The demigod.
The minister project himself as being the top guy. You're not. You're not. It's when shit hit the fan, it is the permanent secretary that is supposed to answer these questions. You know, many times Mr. Ministers get corner with stuff where them don't have a clue about it.
And get blamed for it too.
Yes, and they not only get blamed, they come out and take the blame. They put microphone at their mouth and run up their mouth and talk all kind of nonsense because they don't know the intricacies of the problem. And the person who knows, who created the problem, who oversee the problem, who actually signed off on the problem, sits in his office and say nothing. The minister, they are trying to...
No, you see, now we come back now. So
put on the mic and call the permanent secretary and said, I am having a press conference tomorrow morning.
We make a 360 degrees now, Chopper, and we come right back to what I said earlier. Yes. Education.
Yes. Right back there. You come tell the people, explain to the people, why is it that we rented 2 buildings and they were unoccupied for a period of time, legitimately so, but I don't need to explain it. You need to explain it. Because you have the information. You signed off on it. You created the policy. You know. So you come talk. We're not doing enough for that. I think Dr. Tufton did that. In his ministry, he has a pretty good permanent secretary who takes responsibility and who answers the questions and sort of bring the minister up to speed.
But the difference, you know, the reason why that is happening, Chopper, with Dr. Tufton, and we can draw Minister Bartlett into the same fold as Dr. Tufton.
He demands that.
These are guys who know their job descriptions.
Precisely. You're correct.
You can't play with these guys. They know their job description. They know what they're entitled to.
Well, we knocked this one out the park. We're here. What? It's after 12. It's after 1 year time. NASCA and Doc.
Yeah.
So I've detained you guys for long enough. I appreciate.
Since I'm a man who get paid for what I do, I'm going to send you the bill.
Yes, sir. And I will pass the bill on to the relevant. Since I'm the guy who bring it together, I will pass the bill on to the relevant person.
And this time you share the spoils, Doc. Come on.
But that's we appreciate you guys doing what you do, and we're hoping that you guys can use that event as a motivation to organize yourself in a even more powerful group that can really go out there and be effective. Because trust me, nobody could tell the world that it wasn't way more than just 11 persons out there, because you guys were very effective. And I want to take a moment again to say thank you. Thank you for standing up to bullies, standing up to people who have really no basis on which to go out there and make noise. You guys have standing on which to do what you did the other day, and I hope that you will organize yourself even further. I'm going to give you guys the last word. Doc, you first, and then Nasca. Or Nasca, you first, and then Doc afterwards. Last word.
ladies before. Listen, I just hope that what we're able to do will serve as a catalyst, and to encourage other people to join the movement, because it is a movement. That make no bones about it. The end result is to make sure that this government remain in government come the next general election. Whether we, so this is what I want to do. This is what we want to continue to do. We just have to keep spreading the word and keep fighting. And I know we get disheartened sometimes, because it's not easy to be fighting every day. And sometimes you feel like, what you're putting forth is not being recognized or reciprocated, or, it's just not going anywhere. But it is so important that we just have to keep pushing, and we just have to keep going and just do the work on the ground. Do the work on the ground. That's all I have to say tonight. Thank you for having me. And, it was indeed a pleasure. And listen, man, I'm a Jamaican through and through first, before anything else. We know what come after the Jamaican, but first thing first, I'm a Jamaican.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. We appreciate it. Doc, you got it.
Yes, man. She ended up with my line. I'm a Jamaican first, and I'm on labor right next. So if you're not work with it, if you're not work with the two entities, me and you are gonna fight. The Peter Tosh would say, we are gonna fight. But listen,
Doc, you have to worry about me, my blood green from day one.
I vow. My closing argument is simple. I vow long time ago to stand up for justice, brotherhood, and peace, to work diligently and creatively, to think generously and honestly, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity, and play her part in the advancing the welfare of the human race.
Yes, sir. Here.
Drop the
yes,
mic.
Sir.
Here.
Nothing more powerful than that.
Here.
Drop the mic.
Here. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Nazca. And
all right. This was a good one.
Sleep good, Nazca.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Sleep good. We'll link, okay?
Yeah,
yes, absolutely, Doc. Absolutely. All right, Chopper, later.
All right, yeah, man. All right, folks. So there you have it. That was a marathon. Short noticed. We didn't have any long promo or long planning, but we pulled it off. A couple of persons who I want to thank: Bridget, Patroy, Curtis, Jennifer. Who else is there? Oh, boy, the list is long. But for all the folks who tune in tonight, who share the program, who tell a friend, tweet a friend, Chuck Finley, Petal, I see you, and all the folks over on TikTok, big up yourself. Great to have you. Glenroy Nelson, big up yourself. Adore Francis, Orlando Peters. Who else you got there? Mirella, Arthur. Who else you got? Mikhail, big up yourself. Bartley Swaby. For all the folks who tune in from New York, Carl Meir, Dave Camry. For all the folks in New York, New Jersey who tune in, Canada, I see a lot of Canadians came in. A couple of persons from the islands came in. Shanti Johnson, big up yourself. You know, Shanti is one of our foundation members, right? Shanti has been around us from probably 2015, thereabout. So again, big up yourself, Shanti. Enough respect. And to all the persons who participated on the program, Dr. Nelson, thank you for joining us. And we also wanted to say a big thank you to the two gentlemen who were supposed to be on, and they did not come on this evening, but they messaged me to say they'll be on anytime we choose to invite them again. I think there's some technical difficulty with getting Brother George Lawson on. Dave Foster is the other gentleman who had been invited. These are folks that you will have to hear from, folks. I'm promising you that during the course of this week, we'll organize with them again and get them on, because they have a very good perspective on the diaspora and how it works and what really happening there and why we are where we are. They're in the diaspora as well, and they will bring us up to speed. They're all Jamaicans who have worked in Jamaica and are overseas now. So we're really excited about bringing them on. And we are building out our own little communication team throughout the diaspora and locally. There are some things that you just cannot wait on the authorities to do. You have to just take the bull by the hand and do what you got to do. So we're going to be reaching out to these guys. George, thank you for agreeing to come on. Dave, appreciate you. We're sorry that we didn't get you on tonight, and we look forward to getting you on next week. But we're going to be on every Sunday, guys. We're trying as best as possible to be as consistent as we can in keeping you informed as best as possible. The Magnificent 11 who went out to New York and stand up in the midst of those bullies who really have no basis on which to go out there demonstrating, we appreciate you. Bridget, and we appreciate the folks from over the Zell, all those people who support those initiatives and who coordinate themselves into group and decide to go out there and let their voice be heard. As small as the numbers were, it was very, very effective, and it yielded the desired result. So again, big up yourself to those persons who participated in that demonstration. And we're hoping that they will continue to build that little team and increase in numbers, getting some support, raise some funds if you have to, so you can travel to wherever you need to go and to ensure that the voice of reasonable Jamaicans and the truth about what's happening in Jamaica is always in the conversation. Because when good people fail to act, bad people will always flourish. When good people fail to act, bad people will always flourish. So you guys are responsibility. You have my support 100%, and whatever we have to do to ensure that you guys can grow that little group and become even more effective, we are willing to play our part in making sure that that happens, because we see how important it is. We know how important it is. And we know that if it is given some leadership and organization, it can be a force to reckon with. So we support that move, and we look forward to you guys going out there again and doing what you have to do. There are some persons on TikTok, my TikTokers. Big up yourself, to Renz, to Jay, to Petal, to Mike Larry. I see my good friend Markland Action Edwards is on. I believe.
I'm trying to tell you that he's on for the last 20 minutes and needed to say something.
Wow, look at that. Mark, you know, let me tell you, we have to bring Markland on. Markland needs to be on the main stage. So we have to bring Markland on when we're going to have those guys on again next week. We're on every Sunday, 7:30. We're live, so you can tell a friend to look out for us every Sunday. We're on. And Dark Angel, good to see you on as well. Well, Markland, how you doing, man? How are things going?
I am doing good, Let me say good night to you and the team. And I'm doing good there and listening to the conversation.
Appreciate it.
But at the same time, we are mindful as to where our support is coming from. You see, Jamaica and the wider world, they see the Caribbean. Everybody knows that Jamaica is doing good. The government is doing a tremendous job. You know, and if you want to go as far back as how the government navigated its way through COVID-19 to where we are now, there's no doubt about that. But you see, those who we're talking to and appealing to, they're not the ones. Those who we're sharing our achievements with, they're not the ones voting. The man in the street, the man who sit up on the corner, the people that were drink the white rum, boom. You understand me? Mm-hmm. Those are the people that we need to be focusing on. And when we talk about the economy doing great and the surplus and all that good stuff, there are many millions of visitors, record visitors coming through tourism. Them man, them on the corner, brethren, them no business with that. That's going over their head. The business class, the upper class, the middle class, and the business sector. Oh, that's what they want to hear. Mm-hmm. That's what they want to hear. And Time Magazine want to put Prime Minister on the cover of their magazine when they hear all these things. But the people that we need to go there and vote, we have to make things happen for them. These jobs that are coming in, these contracts these road contracts, parks contract, whatever is happening, we need to ensure that the labor rights getting some of the work. I know we have to strike a balance, but we have to ensure that our people, because when our people not getting it, and the other side doing things that they're benefiting, when I say, see there, my party in the power, and we can't get one, but see the man them over there, so they might make a thing up for me. So we have to start looking out for labor rights. Call it what we want to call it.
Well, you have 49 MPs for JLP and 14 for PNP. So by virtue of the mix in Parliament, the JLP has an advantage. And if politics work the way, if it worked the way it ought to work, then that should pan out right throughout the society, where if it is, like how people are saying it, then more JLP should benefit than even PNP, if you ask me. Because, and it means that something is not happening. It is either persons are not doing their job or what, I don't know, but something is not adding up, because we already have the majority, 49 to 14. So every time that money is granted to the politicians, 49 JLP gets it, 14 PNP gets it. So it means that it is advantage JLP from the jump. So we shouldn't be having any problem out in the space.
That's how it looks on paper. That's how it looks on paper. But then the last election, the local government election, is a clear indicator that something is amiss.
Something went wrong. I don't know what it is.
Because when our MPs that have been elected, whether it be first time or second time, when they cannot take home their councillors in a local government election, it simply means that something not reaching them on the ground. Because
it's not a matter of on the ground, it's a matter of doing the political work. Because I don't think it's a matter of it's a political work, organizing. There was, people dancing over the issue. Going into this local government election, the JLP did not deserve to win a damn seat. Because if you ask me, when it comes to work, political work, they did zero. The government work, the administration work, but the political party didn't deserve a damn seat. Tell them I said that. Let me look in the camera. They didn't deserve a seat because they didn't do any political work.
So what happens to is that the approach that we took in 2020, where the Prime Minister was the face of the election, in some areas we went that way again, but we cannot go at all times with the face of the Prime Minister. We need to put the ones that need to be voted in up front so that we can see. So even if it is the Prime Minister's doing, the government's doing, why things are happening in the local in the local space, we need to focus on these guys so that people can say, yes, my council is working. Even though it's coming from central government, we need to spin it in such a way that the roads that were fixed, the water in the pipe, the house that was granted to that woman or that man, built by the Prime Minister, built by the government because of the under the housing project, low income housing scheme, whatever they call it, that project. At the end of the day, we need to put the councillor up front and say, yes, through the efforts of the councillor, Master John get a new house. Through the efforts of the councillor, water in the pipes. Through the efforts of the councillor, roads are being fixed. Through the efforts of the councillor, jobs are available. So we have to know how to spin things so that people can understand that, yes, my government is working through my local representative.
That is true.
If we don't do that, they will always think that the councillor not do nothing, is the Prime Minister and doing everything. So it's to take on a general election mode instead of a local election mode.
That is true. That is true. That is
so
true.
We have to know how to spin it. Government is doing things through your local representative.
So we're gonna have to book you. We need to book you to come on and spend the hour with us, man, so we can have a good political discussion.
I'm here listening. A lot of times I come in and listen, man.
Yes. Well, I appreciate it. I appreciate you stopping through, Mark. As usual, we'll touch base, and we will. I hope I can bring you on this weekend, though, coming next weekend, because we need to talk some local politics and some Portmore politics too. And there's no Portmore politics without Mark and Action Edwards.
Look at my campaign. Everywhere I go, I was in Manchester this evening, and everybody's saying the same thing, man. For a first time, you did well. But they put you in late.
Yeah, man, the late run is not going to make it. You have to go in.
So how can we be serious about something if we're going to take this approach? You want Portmore. You say you want Portmore. And you dance around the thing. And when 3 weeks before election, they're going to say, tell a man to go run. That don't make no sense. So we have to take this thing. If we're serious about politics and election and staying in power, we have to be serious.
True.
The PNP, the other side, they are serious because they want power and they're going to do anything
to get it.
Any means possible
True.
Get it. So we have to take the same approach.
True. You are on point where that is concerned, my brother. You are on point. All right, Marky, you take it easy. I'm gonna jump off of here. Yeah, man. All right, Marky. Yep. All right, folks. There you have it. It's the end of another marathon. We've been on since a little bit after 8, and it's now 12:30. So we did pretty good. I again appreciate you guys coming on. Diana Patterson, Curtis Latibodier, big up yourself. Appreciate you guys coming through. We are going to run out of time, and we're looking forward to you guys joining us again. For the folks over on TikTok, please make sure that you follow our YouTube channel. We're trying to build out that YouTube channel a little bit, so give us some support over there. No, it's Chops Media on YouTube, and for the folks over on YouTube and over on X, I invite you to join the YouTube channel as well. Subscribe to the channel. Press the notification bell. That simply means every time that we go live, you'll be the first to get notified. And for the folks over on Facebook and over on Twitter, X, formerly Twitter, and for the folks over on YouTube, I implore you to go over to TikTok and to join and follow our TikTok page as well. And the TikTok page is the same as YouTube, Chops Media. Follow the page and also press the notification bell. That simply means every time that we go live or every time we post a video on TikTok, you'll be the first to get notified. Again, we did a simulcast this evening where we are coming to you live on X, Twitter, formerly Twitter, now X. We're coming to you live from Facebook, Chopping Block, and we're coming to you live from Chops Media on YouTube and also live on TikTok at Chops Media. So that was a simulcast, and we're looking forward to doing it again next Sunday. Same time, same place, 7:30 sharp. Yours truly will be on live in living colors. Until such time, peace, profound, positive vibrations, and positive sounds. Good night.